Good afternoon and welcome here to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for matches 21 and 22 here on night 10 out of 14 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we're ready to go to the all-important coin toss with tournament referee Suleiman Saeed with the two skippers.
It's your call. Tails. Best of luck.
And news from the all-important toss. The skipper for Marlo Calanders, he has decided to bowl here. And Najam Shahzad leading from the front. It'll be interesting to see how he goes into this game, going up against a very, very tough side in the Gamblers SC. But I'll be looking forward to seeing Ankush Kumar, not only with the bat, but also with the ball. He's the leading wicket taker here in this tournament. He's got 12 to his name so far, but he'll be looking to add to that tally as we're ready to go to the all-important first delivery over to the commentary box. And welcome to the commentary box. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here in the comms box here in Miranda do Corvo. A very good afternoon to you. As we see the two officials, they make their way out to the middle. Buck Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen once again. We've got two, what I'm calling, excellent cricket matches here this evening. Obviously following the all-important final out in Rome. And I know that there's going to be many people that are going to be jumping forward and backwards, so I won't blame you if you spend a little bit of time out in Rome. Obviously, pretty close game going on between Gina Brescia and Roma CC in that final. I'll certainly be keeping an eye on it. But a very warm welcome to everybody watching around the world, whether you're watching on our European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. As we see two explosive batsmen make their way out the opening partnership for the Gamblers SC. And I know that a certain fan will be very happy to see and one name coming in for the Gamblers. Rao Imran comes in at the top of the order. He joins Kuldeep Gulia, and obviously Rao Imran coming off of an interesting last time out here in this tournament. He started off well, 77 off of 22 deliveries, but the very next game he ended up going for a golden duck. But it'd also be interesting to see, obviously they've got plenty of talent. Ankush Kumar as well, he's at the top of the wicket takers league in this tournament. He's also the second highest run scorer in this tournament. Najam Shahzad, well, he's got a job to do with the bat, but it'll also be interesting to see when he has a job to do with the ball as well. As we're almost ready to get underway here for match number 21, slowly coming towards the end of what's been an outstanding 2 weeks of the night series here, and we're going to see a bit of left arm spin, so a bit of a change at the top of the order for Marlo. But it's a bit of left arm spin from Asim Sabar, who will get us underway here in this innings. 37 off of 26 now for Roma CC to make it to the European Cricket League 2023 for Italy. It's just a bit of a pause. We're almost ready to get underway. But again, if you're watching on YouTube, do go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We obviously hit that 300,000 subscriber mark just a couple of days ago. We are more, and again, very, very happy and grateful for all of everyone's contributions, whether that's sharing any of our social media posts or getting involved in the live chat. And I think we're ready to get underway. We hit the 5 o'clock local time mark. Kuldeep Gulia will be facing up as Asim Sabar will be getting us underway in the first innings of match number 21 here in Portugal. Starts right on the money. Respectfully played back to the bowler, met with the full face of the bat. Good afternoon to Kirsty. How are you? Hope you're well. It's very, very warm here in Portugal today as Kuldeep are looking to go big early on. Tries to play this into the leg side. There is a man at deep mid wicket. He's looking to try and clear him. Doesn't get anything on this one. But it's a very, very warm afternoon here. 37 degrees here in Portugal today. And I can tell you that we're having pretty similar issues to what they had in Portugal. And it sounded like there was a bit of wood on this one. It's a good stop from Jayas Popat, the keeper. Manages to get a pad on this one, prevents it from rolling through. This has been a good early 3 deliveries from the left-handed Asim Sabar.
Good start, boy.
And this is on the full and pushed into the offside, straight to the man at extra cover. And it's another dot ball, so joining the dots early on here are Marlow. Wow, he's gone. And that's an excellent reaction catch. It was straight to him, but he had to do the hard work. And Asim Samad gets reward for his tight early bowling. And Kuldeep Galia goes without troubling the scorers. And the first wicket goes. And Marlow are none for one. Corrections, the Gamblers SC are none for one. And that's a big wicket for Marlow. He was low. He's a tall man, is Samad. But he did well to watch this all the way into the midst of his hands, and it's an excellent reward for a tidy first over here from the left-arm spinner. And the new batsman, number 3, coming in now. Boy, has he got a job on his hands. Obviously, Gamblers looking to retake the top position. They've got 2 games in hand on Gorka 11. But they're in early bit of trouble here. No score to their name yet. But the in-form, one of the most valuable players here this tournament, Ankush Kumar, second, as I said previously, second highest run scorer, but the leading wicket taker comes in at number 3, and he's got a job to do here for his team. As I said, having a few issues with equipment on my end. A few things. My phone's turning around saying it's too hot, doesn't want to work. I wish I could do that. Good evening to Girish Singh. Hope you're well. Hope you're recovering well. And you join us for an exciting evening of cricket here in Portugal. Well, and that will be the first runs to the total. Doesn't quite get the wicket maiden that he would have wanted to start off with. Pushed down the leg side and signalled wide by umpire Buck Stoneman. And this is respected, and it brings us to the close of the first. A tidy over from Asim Sawad and Marlow, and the Gamblers SC are 1 for 1 after the first over. Well, there we go, just proving how tight this could be. Both 2 teams only losing 2 matches so far, but obviously in terms of the standings in this tournament so far, Gorka 11 sat on 14 points as they've played 2 more matches than Gamblers, but Gorka 11 have played 4 more matches than Marlow, and there's a 6-point difference between Marlow. So 2 victories here isn't going to be enough to get them to top of the table, but it will certainly help them if they can get 2 victories here. That will keep them in the chase for that first position. Obviously, the way that this tournament will be working is obviously the final on Wednesday evening. It's not long to go until that one, but he will. But obviously here there'll be 2 games on that final night. Obviously, this first game will be second. We'll take on third, and then the winner of that will go on into the final. But wow, Imran faces up here for his first delivery from Rana Sawad. Clips the pad, going down leg though, and they come through for a leg bye. There was a few questions about the ice bucket challenge, and well, I can let you know that everything's being sorted for it. This is another wide down the leg side. This time doesn't clip anything, so will be given as wides. No runs off the bat yet in this game for the Gamblers. Obviously, Rao Imran, he's going to be biting at the opportunity to come in, and Ankush Kumar comes down the track, and what a way to get off the mark, and what a way to get the first runs off the bat here in this innings. And this is 4 runs into the leg side, and Kumar is off the mark with a boundary. Didn't quite get all of this. It was a bit of an inside edge really, but it runs away, and it's a welcome boundary. Just eases the bit of pressure early on in this innings. And this is going to be another wide down the leg side. It's the second wide in this inning so far, in this over from Rana Sabar. Had a good time of it last time out. 1 for 13 off of his 2 overs against Gorka. That was obviously crucial for Marlow in that game. And again into the leg side, but he again doesn't quite get all of this. The chase is on. They'll come through, and it will just be 1 run. So it's well fielded by the man in the deep field. Keeps it to just a single. And obviously that game in Italy slowly coming to an end. 3 overs left. Roma, they need 21 off of 18, so they're in the driving seat at the moment, but a couple wickets for Gina Brescia. They'll be right back in the game. And Raul Imran goes big. This is a big opportunity. And it's dropped. Mohamed Adnan puts it down. And what a big drop that could be in the context of this game. If there's ever a man that you don't want to drop early on in an innings, it's that man, Raul Imran, and he lives to see another day. Didn't really set himself. He was very conscious of where he was in terms of the rope. He survives another day and he gets off the mark with a single. He could have been gone early, but he lives again. So short and straight over the man. Well, he was licking his lips at one point. It looked as if it was just going to go straight down his throat. But he gets enough on this, does Kumar, and it's another boundary, second boundary in this over. This is a good over for the Gamblers, as it's 4 carreras down the leg side. And I have to say, the people I feel sorry for are the umpires, all black here in 37-degree heat. It's not comfortable out there. You spend all day inside in the aircon and you come outside and the humidity, the heat just hits you like a brick wall. It's not pleasant, but one of the reasons why cricket really wants to be pushed here in Europe. You've got weather for it all year round, as this is short outside the off stump and come through. Well, they were going to take on a single, and there was a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. It wasn't backed up, and they come through eventually for a buzzer. So it's all happening here. And that single brings us to the end of the second. And after 2 overs, Gamblers are 16 for 1. You take a look at the standings here. This is what these 2 games could mean. Gamblers, they will go level on matches with Gorka, but if they win 2 games out of 2 this evening, they will go top of the table. So 2 wins here for Marlow, and they will go level on points with Gamblers, but most likely will be, well, depending on if they take 2 wins, how they win those games depends on net run rate, and net run rate could be a real factor going into Wednesday. Obviously, finals evening on Wednesday. It certainly will be interesting to see how that unfolds. I can't wait to bring you those games throughout the next couple of days. Nassim Sawad continuing, and this is the first run that he concedes that's off the bat, and Imran comes through for 1 run. Well, this is a bit of a full toss, and I think this is going to go all the way, and it will. So this time, Raul Imran opens up his account, and he starts with a boundary here. It's 2 full. It's a full toss, and he slaps his back down the ground, and it's 4 carreras. Oh, this is back of the length, and just pops up, and it's good calling, and they will come through for 1 run. Good cricket from Raul Imran there. And this is just played into the leg side, and Kumar will come through for another single. I think there was a bit of bad on this one. This is going to scoop over the keeper's head, and it's going to go all the way in it. There certainly was a bit of bad on this one. So another boundary here for Rao Imran. And he's certainly riding his luck. And this one goes all the way for another 4 runs. Well, that game in Italy, the final, slowly coming to an end. 14 off of 17 for Roma. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and beat the Italian representatives in the ECL 2023. And that duck ball brings us to the end of the over. And at the end of the third, the score for the Gamblers SC, they are 23 for 1. Well, it's only a matter of time, really, as the skipper, he's going to take matters into his own hands. Najam Shazad's going to be coming into the attack. He's had a good time of it with the ball. The highest wicket taker for Marlo Calanders in this tournament so far. There's a reason he's the skipper, and he's coming into the attack now. It's an early no ball. I think this is for front foot, and they'll come through for 1 run to Angus Kumar. And Gertus Tyson just saying he was ever so close, but it was a no ball. And if there's ever a man that you want to be on strike for a free hit, it's Rao Imran, and he's got an opportunity to go big here. Obviously, it's difficult to see from the hit from that angle, but I think it's a good call really from Gertus Tyson. But it's a free hit. It's well bowled from Najam Shazad, and they'll come through for 1 leg by. And that's good confidence from the skipper Shazad, going for the slower ball option. Bit of an apology as there's a bit of a delay in scoring. Kumar. A little bit late on this one, looking to go big into the leg side, and it'll be interesting to see here. Marlow taking on Gamblers, obviously, in match 21 here. 2 teams packed with talent from in and around the whole nation of Portugal. And Kumar, 10 off 5 here. Goes for the scoop. Has he executed this? He has, but it's been dropped. And Marlow letting things slip here, and it's another drop that goes down, and this one was even simpler. And Shazad, the skipper, will not be happy. That's a big chance to get an informed batsman out. Didn't get all of this. He followed him as he went across. Just went through the hands. He went for the Aussie approach, the fingers up. But another chance goes begging, and you just wonder how costly that could be. Comes back. Keeps his confidence to Shazad, and it's just a dot ball as it raced under the bat of Imran, and only missing the stump by whiskers, millimeters there. Well, this one stays low, and when it's not going your way, it just doesn't work. When it rains, it pours for Shazad, and this one, there's not much you can do. It's a good delivery, stays low, just bounces in front of Popat, the keeper, and it's going to go against his name. It's going to be 4 byes. So this isn't really the way that Shazad would want his over to go. It's a good over for Gamblers, 8 from it already. 1 delivery remaining. And they should come through for a single. Wow, Imran wasn't really paying attention, but he's called through by Kumar, and it's one leg by. And that will bring us to the close of the fourth, and after the fourth over, Gamblers SC are 35 for 1. And, well, there we go. That's what's coming up over the next few weeks, and I think it's been confirmed at the end of the Italian Super Series. Roma CC have defeated Gina Brescia by 7 wickets. They will be the representatives for Italy in 2023, the European Cricket League. But the cricket doesn't stop there. We'll be back tomorrow, but then on the 1st of August from Monday, we start our German vacation, as I've been calling it. 4 weeks in Germany, Dresden, and then off to Krefeld, and then we're off to Belgium for 2 weeks, and then it's the European Cricket Championship will be getting underway. But if anyone is decided to jump over across to the broadcaster, a very good afternoon to you. Join me, Charlie Hunt, here in Portugal for match 21 of the FanCode European Cricket T10. It's been put down. It'll be interesting to take another look at the replay here as to whether or not that was off the glove or whether it was the arm. But Massam into the attack. We slow this one right down. It's off the glove, so that really is another opportunity that's gone down. And Jayesh Popat. That's the 3rd drop for Marlow in this inning so far. And it's a dangerous Imran. I can tell you that things are heating up here, not only on the cricket field, but the temperature is soaring here. This is a big swing from Imran. He's been given width, but almost too much width, and it's signalled a wide down the offside. Good call from umpire Buckstone, getting a bit of away movement. Good carry as well through to the keeper, but a warm welcome to those such as Shrug, Chris Smith, James Stewart. Shrug, you'll be happy to see that Rao Imran is playing in this game. He's had a couple of early lives here. Massam is just struggling with his rhythm here. He can't quite get his run up ready. So you can see there that due to the consistent wear from the bowlers, that there's been a bit of work done to their run up. I think that might just be playing a bit on his mind. Well, he's labelled himself the Portuguese Messi. I don't know how well that would go down with Portuguese viewers. This is off the pad, going down leg, and they'll very easily come through for another leg by. Certainly going down leg by a long way. It's half of an appeal, really, from square leg. Always interesting to hear an appeal from square leg or from point. But it's a leg by nonetheless. Well, this one is as wide as it gets, and it sails all the way, and it goes for 5 wides. And it'd be interesting to take another look at this one here. Getting this one all wrong, Massam. He's just not looked comfortable. It pitches on the pitch, so he's lucky to get away with the no ball. But this one, just no chance really here for Popat, the keeper. And there's a change of angle as Saeed Massam is going to be now coming round the wicket to Ankush Kumar. It doesn't quite go the right way again, and it's a little bit lucky here as it clips the pad on the way through, so it won't be a leg side wide, it will just be a leg by. Chris saying he'll be back shortly. He needs to do my daughter's pizza with pineapple on. Well, I'm not going to say anything about that. I have nothing to say. But Chris, I hope you're well. I hope to see you again very soon. Oh, this one clips something on the way through. And I think it's going to be given as runs, and it is. So it's a difficult opportunity, but it's another drop. So that's the 4th drop in this inning so far. Many opportunities going down here. And Massam just isn't able to get the right rhythm going for himself here. He's just struggling. I think the heat might be playing a factor here. It is so warm out there. It's a good comeback. A slower ball. And it isn't picked by Ankush Kumar. And it is a well-needed dot ball. So we've only got one more delivery to negotiate. And this is slashed and slashed hard, and not the way to end the over that Massam would have wanted. But it's a positive end to the 5th, and at the halfway stage, with that 6th, the Gamblers at SC are 51 for 1. Doesn't quite get much better than that, really. Slashed over the offside. We've seen that time and time again. And Ankush Kumar just proving as to why he is the 2nd leading run scorer in this tournament. But there we go. Kuldeep Golia, he just didn't look comfortable in the 5 deliveries that he's faced. And he ended up going. He was caught and bowled by Asim Savada. So that move to go with spin at the top of the innings, proving to be a valuable one. And Shahzad, the skipper, he'll be continuing into his 2nd over. None for 3 off of his 1st. Going to want to continue in similar fashion. It's a big appeal. It could be an opportunity at the non-striker's end. And at the end of all of that, it's just a dot ball. Take a look at the replay here. It's a good shout from Jam Shahzad, and I think it's a good call. Clips his front leg. He's a fair distance outside of the crease. Certainly going on to miss leg. A good call from Gertus Tazen. Well, this has gone high and this has gone big as Rao Imran gets this all the way, and this is 6 corridas. And what a way to continue the partnership. Worth more than 50 now. 56 off of 28 deliveries, and that's another maximum here in Portugal. Just a bit of information for you on one of our umpires, Gertus Tazen. So Gert originally from South Africa, and he in fact owns his own coaching company and coaching academy in South Africa as well. He was brought in by our very own Tyron Peters to help with the national squad, the coaching. And well, he stuck around, and he's now doing some umpiring for us. So a very cricket-orientated man. His life is cricket, and a little bit more cricket. So he knows a lot about cricket, knows a lot of people in the cricketing world. But it's a pleasure to have him umpiring here on the European Cricket Network. And it's nice. We've had some very interesting conversations about the cricket that's been on show over the last 10 nights. This is a inside edge, and it's going to run away. Don't think it's going to go all the way. It plugs ever so slightly, and will just be 1 to the total. It's a little bit wide, and he flashed. It was very wristy. He was lucky, Ankush Kumar, and he moves on to 21 off of just 14. Imran, not at the same pace that he was going last time round, but he's doing a good job nonetheless. He's sticking around. Well, that one is hit hard, and that's flat. But even though it's flat, it's gone all the way, and Shub's on the run. And it's another 6 runs here. It's 6 corridas, and it's a maximum here for the Gamblers. It's a full toss, really. And a batsman like Imran, who likes anything on the legs and full, he's not going to miss out. And he swept that and swept hard. It goes all the way, and it's another maximum. And again, a huge welcome to everybody as you join me, Charlie Hunt here. Thank you for joining me. I'm assuming a lot of people coming across from the broadcast out in Rome. And again, congratulations to Rome CC. Commiserations to Gino Brescia. They'll come back again strong next year, that's for sure. Oh, this is full again. And this is carved away. And I think this might have gone all the way, and it has. So it's back-to-back for the GSC. And the train, Rao Imran, well, he's on his way, and there's no way of stopping him so far. Not the end to the over that Shazar would have wanted, with a whopping 20 coming off of that over. And he finishes with figures of none for 23 off of his 2 overs. One over just takes away a shout at some excellent bowling. See, Rana Sawad and Syed Masam have got an over left, and both going for 13 runs in their first over. But it looks like we're going to see Amandeep Singh coming into the action now for Marlow. And a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. If you are watching on YouTube, firstly do subscribe and like the broadcast. Also do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. It's just myself here in Portugal on the commentary duties, so do go ahead and get involved, and there's always a good conversation going on in the chat. I can see Marshall Gaming in there alongside many others, Chris Smith as well, obviously James Stewart and Shrug as well. Well, a bit of spin into the attack, and he gets treatment early on, and Kumar doesn't want to miss out on the action, and he gets involved, and this is another 6 runs. And Gamblers looking to build on an impressive total here. Sitting deep in the crease, so anything full, he's going to look to punish into that leg side. And Amandeep Singh starts with a 6 against his name. Comes down the track and getting an outside edge, and no one's going to be able to stop that. So it's another boundary, and things just go in the Gamblers' way at the moment. Couple of early drops, cruising down the alleyway now. Kumar now moves into the 30s. So both batsmen looking pretty comfortable now. And the fine leg's gone, so it'll be interesting to see Kumari went for the scoop earlier. It'll be interesting if he tries to take it on again. This has gone high, but I think he's going to live to see another day, and he will. It drops short of the incoming Najam Shahzad. And another life. When it rains, it pours for Marlow here. Things not going their way. But if you're a Gamblers SC fan, you're going to be more than happy with what you're seeing here on your screens at the moment. And this is again into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this. There's a man under it, and he takes it. That's an outstanding catch. It had snow on it when it was on its way down, but it's a good catch out in the deep by Saeed Masam. And Rao Imran has to go. He goes for 30 off of 19 deliveries, and the second wicket falls. And the Gamblers SC are 81 for 2. And credit where credit's due to Amandeep Singh. He kept to his line and length. He knew that they were going to go after him. He knew that that was what was going to happen. But he did well. Stuck to his line, stuck to his guns, and got the breakthrough. As Parveen Singh makes his way out to the middle. So Parveen Singh and starts off with a big shot into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this though. And Mohammad Adnan doesn't even need to move a muscle. And Parveen Singh goes for a golden duck. And that is a good spell of bowling. He adjusts well, does Amandeep Singh. And you see here, doesn't move a muscle, just puts the hands up. And it's a good catch in the end from Mohammad Adnan. And another wicket goes. And we've got a hat-trick opportunity now. So, Parveen Singh obviously was given the opportunity coming in at number 4. And well, we've got an opportunity at a hat-trick now. And well, those are the stats this year in the Hall of Fame. Obviously we had Taj Mohammed, but then we've had 2 in Italy. Samaragi and Udumalagi also for Roma CC. But we've got an opportunity now, and it's Amandeep Singh. It's not the best of hat-trick deliveries, really. But he'll get away with a dot ball. And that will see us through to the end of the 7th. And Gamblers are 81 for 3. So obviously that victory for Roma CC in the Super Series final confirms that they'll be going through to the European Cricket League next year in 2023. But before that even happens, we've got the European Cricket Championship starting on the 12th of September. And there'll be plenty of action, as there'll be 7 days of cricket on the European Cricket Network. Obviously the ECC from Monday to Friday. Then there'll be an T10 on Saturday and Sunday for a domestic league in Spain. Obviously Group A getting underway, and Spain themselves will be involved. They'll be involved from the 12th to the 16th, alongside Ireland, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. That is certainly going to be an outstanding start to what is going to be an exciting tournament over 5 weeks. Obviously the England team will already be in the final, obviously coming in as reigning champions, but we're going to see Adnan Gondal into the attack for Marlow. Starts with a short delivery. This is clipped off the leg, off the hip more so, of Kumar, and it's just 1 run as it's well fielded by Saeed Massam on the square leg boundary. And this is a wide down the offside. I think this is a good call, really. Kokar was looking to try and get something on this, but he wasn't really able to do so. I think it was too wide for his reach. And that one a little bit tight, but I think at the end of the day, I think that is a good call from Gertus Taysen. He's tough, but he's consistent. That's all you can ask for. And this is Amandeep Kokar on the drive, but isn't able to get anything on this one. It's another dot ball, but plenty of cricket going on around Europe. Obviously, the World Cup qualifiers up in Finland. I know that it's the top class at 2020 final. I think it's between VOC and Excelsior. I know that obviously Corey Rutgers is in the squad for that finals day over in the Netherlands, and this will be another wide. So Amandeep Kokar not really being able to have an opportunity to really get any runs on the board off the bat first of all here, but it's another wide, and Gondal struggling early on. It'll be interesting to see where they're going to try and get towards their total at the end of this 10, as this is another wide, and Adnan Gondal just struggling here in the 8th over. It's 4 runs off of the over so far, only 2 deliveries or legal deliveries that have been bowled. Three wides already in this over. And this is back on the money. And Kokar missing out. It might have been surprised by the straighter delivery, really. But this is, again, a good comeback from Gondal. 6th over from Najam Shahzad. 20 off it. .61166. Outstanding hitting by both Rao Imran and Ankush Kumar. Oh, this one stays low, but it hits the toe of the bat, and I think he's done well. He's kept it to just the one. He gets a bit of a boot on it, and he keeps it, prevents it from going for a boundary. Body on the lines here from Marlow. You can just tell, obviously, the reigning champions, they haven't lost a European Cricket Network tournament in Portugal over the last couple of years. They're not going to look to let this tournament slip away from them. They're going to put a fight up. Big swing from Kumar. Doesn't get a connection on this one. He's got a good strike rate on him at the moment. 33 off of 19 deliveries now. Interestingly enough, they're not really bothered about ones and twos. They're only trying to deal in boundaries, which I understand at this point, but I think there's also so many gaps in the field, especially on the leg side. Just drop and run prevents any dot balls, and dot balls are gold dust. And that's another one, and it's a good delivery. A good end to an interesting over from Gondal. Didn't quite start well, 3 wides off the first 4 deliveries, but he had a good comeback with only 5 off of his over, and at the end of the 8th, the Gamblers SC, 86 for 3. And there we go, well that first wicket in the over, that was with no runs on the board, and that second wicket was worth an outstanding 81 runs. So there's a good partnership between Rao Imran and Ankush Kumar. Kumar's still there at the moment. Amandeep Kokar, 1 off 4. Just chewing a few deliveries here. And Masam continues here. Back into the attack, and he starts with a wide. Obviously, this is a very good sighter to see a few of the players that may feature in the European Cricket Championship for Portugal in that first week. And this time opts for the straight bat option, and Kokar will just be another single straight to Rana Sarwar. It's a slower ball. This is dragged into the leg side. He gets round and he does well. And it'll just be 2 runs to the total, but that's good fielding by the man at long on. Prevents a boundary again. Take another look here. Ankush Kumar trying to go big. It was a slow delivery from Masam. I think he's done well. And he has. Just 2 runs to the total. Kumar's still on strike. And he slashes away. And he's very keen to go for anything into the offside. And he gets enough on this one. Makes use of the square boundaries, and this sails over, and it's another 6 runs. And Kumar moves into the 40s. He's very strong through the covers. And any bit of width on the delivery, he's quick to pounce and make the most of the opportunity given to him. And it goes all the way for 6. This is just clipped, and I think he's got all of this. He hasn't. There's a man under it, and he has to go. That's a good catch by the man in the deep. Right into the sun, making the most of those shades. Good catch from Adnan Gondal. And Ankush Kumar has to go in the 40s. He goes for 41, and the 4th wicket falls for the GSC, and they're 96 for 4. So he has to go, and the skipper, Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna, will make his way out to the middle. He's got a big opportunity. He's obviously got wickets in hands. So there's no real reason for him not to go straight away from the off. These 2 batsmen pretty fresh now. Obviously Kokar 2 from 5 at the moment. He won't be on strike, of course. Obviously that rule of the new batsman having to be on strike doesn't come into international cricket or any ICC tournaments until October this year. Not far away. So I remember doing the Valletta Cup in Malta a few months ago, and there was a lot of talk on the chat as to whether or not that rule, obviously it'd been disclosed that rule would be coming into play by the ICC. Well, Krishna starts well, starts with a bang. That's a beautiful cover drive, and that's one way to settle the nerves. And it's 4 runs through the covers, and the Gamblers bring up their 100. It's a pretty good shot for Balkrishna to get off the mark. And that's certainly going to get his eye, and that's for sure. Just a few questions being asked of Syed Masam, as he's got 1 delivery left. He's gone 1 for 27 off of his first 1.5 overs. He's got 1 delivery left in his spell. Can he keep it down to the minimums? There was a bit of chat, I think, from Fine Leg. He apologises, puts his hand up. Got Krishna within his right to step away, and he'll go again. It's a good delivery from Maisam. A good way to end a bit of an expensive over. 14 off it, but getting the big wicket of Ankush Kumar. And at the end of the 9th, Gamblers 100 for 4. So 6 balls remaining in this innings. They've brought up the century. I think if they can look to get anywhere upwards of 110. That's obviously an above par score that we've seen, where the average run rate's around 9 and over. The average total was around anywhere between 90 and 95 in this tournament here. Obviously, the first 8 Malakalandas went big. 135 is their highest score in this tournament. But it's going to be the man who took the catch, Adnan Gondal, to see us out for the 10th over. Jagged into the leg side from Amandeep Kokar, and will just be 1. Well, Krishna comes through pretty quickly. He's looking for the second. It's just the 1 run. This is Fuller carved away, but it's well watched by Asim Sawad. He did well to make sure that didn't go through him. Body behind it and kept it to just 1. It's another single to the total. Good start to the over for Gondal. Just 2 off it, 2 singles. Amandeep Kokar doesn't get anything on this one. Tries to hold his shape. I just questioned the decision to push him up the order, really. Obviously has done it time and time again, but he's just not really seeing it as well as he has been here. 3 off of 7 now. No boundary for him yet. He's going to have to bowl this one again. As Gertu stays and turns around and says, no, not close enough for me. That's going to be a wide, so not quite what Gondal had in mind. I think that's a good call. It's again, he's had that tight line. It's consistency from the umpires, which is all you can ask for if they're going to be harsh, as long as it's the same for both teams, which of course it always is. Wow, and again, Kokar missing out. He's trying to go for the big shot. You just wonder whether he should just try and get bat on ball and just get Balkrishna. He's already hit a lovely boundary through the covers. Just chewing up deliveries here. And he gets bat on this one, straight to Amandeep Singh, and it will just be 1 run. So he gets Balkrishna. He has 1 opportunity to try and get a total up towards near to that 110. A 6 will do it. Projected score. Well, they reckon they're going to get 5 off this one. I'd certainly like to see it. I'd love to see a 5. It would be very interesting. But 1 delivery left. Adnan Gondal with Balkrishna on strike. it's only an inside edge onto the mat. And it'll just be one roll back. Chris is going to turn and go. But they're going to hold on, and it will just be one run. So 1 run to end the 10th. Good bit of bowling from Gondal. We struggled early on, but a good comeback. He finishes with figures of none for 10 off of his 2 overs. And the Gamblers, at the end of their 10, are 105 for 4, setting 106 for victory for Marlow. And well, we've been very lucky with a couple of golden balls here in Portugal. And a total such as 105 certainly screams golden ball. But we take a look at the highlights. And well, there was big things expected from the 2 coming in. Kuldeep Golia, well, he went early, none off of his 5 deliveries, getting a little bit frustrated. We've seen that happen just a couple of times. And he ended up just passing it back to the bowler, and he was gone. Good caught and bowl for Asim Sabab. But then Ankush Kumar, he made his way out to the middle, and there were a few early opportunities. This one looked as if he was interested, but it just flew over the man at short fine leg. And then Rao Imran took the attack to the bowlers as well. And he ended up going, he was caught in the deep by Syed Masam. And well, that was a moment of severe unluckiness. You know, Rao Imran alongside Ankush Kumar putting on 81 for the 2nd wicket partnership with some huge socks, not huge shots, both leg side and through the offside. And that was one of them into the leg side, but that flew all the way into the wall on that far side over the stand. Didn't quite get all of it, but just goes to show that he's such a powerful, strong man. Get any bit of ball on it out of the middle, and it's going to fly away for 6 out of this ground. But that partnership was eventually broken as Amandeep Singh got him on the sweep. Well, this one wasn't the wicket. That flew into the leg side. Off the bat of Ankush Kumar, but Rao Imran ended up going 30 off of 19 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s. This was it. And there's the man out in the deep. Watched it all the way into the mitts. It was a good catch from Syed Masam. So 30 off of 19, 2 4s, 3 6s. For Parveen Singh coming in at number 4, he went for it straight away. And it's probably the easiest catch that Mohammad Adnan has ever taken in his life. Didn't have to move a muscle. And then Amandeep Singh was the new batsman. But Ankush Kumar continued where Rao Imran left off. He ended up on 41, but he was caught by Adnan Gondal off the bowling of Syed Masam. And this was the wicket, just trying to flick it into the leg side. Didn't really commit to the shot, but he was caught out in the deep. 41 off of 23, 3 4s and 3 6s for him, striking at 178. And Balkrishna, the skipper, came in at number 6. He started off well with a booming cover drive. That really was the end of the innings. No more boundaries after that. A good, tidy end to the innings for Marlow. 5 off the final over, and they've been set 106 for victory. But don't go anywhere. We will be back in around about 10 minutes' time for the chase for Marlow Calanders here in match 21 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network here in Coimbra for the second innings of match number 21. And we are certainly in for an exciting chase. Marlow Calanders have been set 106 for victory. And the Gamblers at SC have got a big opportunity to go back to the top of the table here in match number 21. And the opening pair of Zulfikar Shah and Mohamed Adnan here for Marlow. Left-handed Zulfikar Shah. Obviously Mohamed Adnan is in fine form with the bat hit for Marlow. And he is currently sat on 115 runs to his name in this tournament. He's in the top 10 run scorers. Got a high score of 46, just averaging just below 20. But he's got an opportunity here. But he's got to take on what has been one of the standout partnerships in this tournament. And it's going to be Pardabin Singh alongside Nitin Kamboj. I have to say that their bowling, both left arm at the top of the innings, has been next to amazing here in this tournament. Obviously, both in the top for the stats. As Pardabin Singh currently on 9 wickets, and obviously 3 here would get him above Ankush Kumar, but we will certainly be seeing Ankush Kumar in this innings, that's for sure. But again, a huge welcome to everybody watching all around the world, whether you're watching on YouTube or on FanCode in India, as we're ready to get underway for the chase here in match 21, and Pardabin Singh will be opening for Gamblers. And they come through, and it's off the toe of the bat off Shah. But it's a good call and a good bit of early running, and they come through for a single. Once again, a huge welcome to everybody, whether you're watching on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. Just myself here on commentary duties, Charlie Hunt, for the European Cricket Network. Certainly enjoying my time here in Portugal. It's slowly coming to an end. We'll see final on Wednesday night, but we continue here on a lovely Saturday evening. It's a good delivery first up. Gertu stays and turns around and says no. Mohamed Adnan survives here. Be interesting to take another look at this one. They come through for the one leg bye, but Adnan survives. And we see here, it's an interesting call. Gertu stays and turns around and says no. And that one, it's a controversial one, but he survives. And it's another run to the total. Zulfikar Shah trying to play this into the offside, trying to sort of back foot punch this, but this one just lifts off a length really, and it flows through to Kuldeep Gulia. He's had a mixed tournament, has to be said, as Kuldeep Gulia with the bat. He sat in the top 5, so he's certainly not doing terribly. Made his debut for Portugal in the recent qualifiers. 146 runs to his name. Shah going for a big drag in the leg side, but gets nothing on this one. But no, Kuldeep Gulia has had a mixed bag with the bat. Chris Smith in the chat, and good afternoon, good evening to you, says feeling sorry for the umps up there. I have to agree with you, obviously wearing black in this heat. It's 37, I believe. I should check that. It's gone down to 35, but it was 37 at the start of today's play. And good delivery again from Pardabin Singh, coming across the left-handed Shah. Just proving a bit of a tricky customer here. Chewing up a few deliveries. He's 1 off 4 now. No boundary as of yet. Obviously they're going to look to make the most of the power play restrictions. And again, completely playing down the wrong line, and it brings an end to a fantastic over from that man once again, Pardabin Singh. No wicket for him, but only 2 runs off it. And Marlow 2 for none after the first. take a look here. Obviously, that final didn't come down to a golden ball. So we've now gone 11 matches without a golden ball. We've had 2 here, obviously on the Sunday, and then just the other day, where Gorka 11, it was Hardeep Singh, kept his nerve against the Coimbra Knights. And he bowled a dot ball to win it. After the scores were tied after 10 overs. But again, a huge credit to everyone in and around the ground, keeping their nerve. Production crew doing an outstanding job for both of those golden balls and throughout the last 9 or 10 evenings or so. But no surprise, it's in Cambodia with the second over. Well, and it's been struck back over his head. Not the start that he would have wanted. But Adnan opens his account open with a glorious 6 down the ground. Says Corredas. Too short from Cambodia. It sits up. And a man such as Adnan, he's not going to miss out on a delivery such as that one. As Cambodia gets a bit of a talking to early on from fellow opener Parveen Singh. And these two certainly good friends, obviously being the openers for the Gamblers SC, the GSC. As the fielding changes come into play, as the man at mid on becomes long on. This is turned into the offside, and they'll come through, and it will just be 1 run. So good start for Adnan. Gets the big 6, and then also rotates the strike. Doesn't get bogged down. And I think that's what we're going to want to see from Shah. 1 off 5 for him. Doesn't really look comfortable against the left-handed Parveen Singh, but he's now got to face Cambodge. Bit of a different angle this time. Nitin Cambodge going left arm over the wicket. I said that heat has dropped a couple of degrees, but it doesn't feel like it, especially here in the commentary box. Not a lot of airflow. It's a little bit stuffy, but plenty of fluids being taken on board by everyone, all players and even spectators, that's for sure. And the man out on the leg side goes in the deep, so the skipper Balkrishna goes to a deep square leg. This is off the toe of the bat, and it's a great pickup from Cambodia. He takes it one-handed. Adnan was panicking a little bit. Wasn't sure if he was going to be one of the unlucky ones that gets run out at the non-striker's end. But a good stop from Cambodia and a welcome dot ball for GSC. Take another look at this. Bit of excellent fielding. Picks it up with ease. Luckily, Zulfikar Shah wasn't anywhere out of his crease. Looks to go big into the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's another dot ball. It's the 6th dot ball that he's faced now. And you can see that Adnan just saying, not everything has to go big into the leg side. 360 degrees to play with. Have a look at the gaps in the field. Well, he's gone up. There is a man under it, but I think it's going to evade Sayyidul Rahman. And this time, that's going to certainly release a bit of pressure, calm some nerves. And Shah gets his first boundary. 4 runs down the ground. So Cambodia getting a bit of tap in this first over. Bit of a slot delivery, really. Stand and deliver from Zulfikar Shah. He moves on to 5 off of 8 now. 1 delivery left in this over, 11 from it so far. It's short. There's a bit of an appeal, but missed out by Shah, and it's a dot ball to end the over. So an interesting over, 11 off it. And at the end of the second, the Marlow Galanders are 13 for none. So here's the standings at the moment. So a victory for Marlow would take them to 10 points, with a game in hand on 2 games in hand on Gamblers. That's obviously the case. And then, well, a victory here for Gamblers would put them back at the top of the table, and then a victory in the second game for them would put them clear at the top of the table on points. But certainly still all to play for. Obviously, second will play third on the Wednesday, depending on what happens in the table between now and then. Obviously, 3 games coming to you here on Sunday, 3 games on Monday as well, and then with 2 games on the Tuesday, and then the final 2 matches on the Wednesday. Obviously, we go to Dresden on Monday morning. Rico Phil will be alongside Tyrone Peters for commentary duties. Certainly look forward to hearing them back on the air. Pardavin Singh continues, and this is an inside edge. It's a French cut, and it's going to run away. You take them however they come, and it's another boundary, and it's cuatro carreras. Adnan moves into double figures. Well, they always say, if you're going to swing, swing hard. This one races away to the boundary. Jay Prakash not able to get anything on this one. It races towards the boundary, and it's another 4 runs. So early on in this second innings, let's have a bit of a lurkers call out. There's a few of you tuning in on YouTube. If you're in the YouTube chat, let us know where you're watching from. I know there's a few people that'll be keen to get involved. So get the chat started. Let me know where you're watching from. Bit of a lurkers call out. This is Fuller, and again, this time it's the outside edge of Mohammad Adnan, but there is a man at deep third man, and it'll just be 1 run, so 5 runs off the first 2 deliveries. Pardavin Singh going to feel a little bit hard done by that. Well, there you go. First lurkers come in. Pungalia Nawaz saying, hi Charlie, watching from Bengal in India. Good evening to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here from Portugal. And let me know if you tuned into Italy. Obviously, Roma Susi winning the game. This has gone up, and well, this is going to fly. Might go all the way. It doesn't. It's 1 bounce, and it's another boundary. All runs coming behind the square at the moment in this over. Marla Calanders getting a bit of luck themselves. And it's another cuatro carreras here for Marlow. Pardavin Singh, 9 off this over so far. He's got 3 deliveries still to go. Not quite backing up his first over. He's been a bit unlucky. And well, this time, the luck runs out for Zulfikar Shah. The left-handed opener has to go. Plays all around this one. And he's cleaned up by Pardavin Singh, and he gets another wicket. That's his 10th in this tournament. And the first wicket falls, and the Marla Calanders are 22 for 1. Right in the block out from Pardavin Singh. And not really much that Zulfikar Shah could do. If you're going to play around the corner like that, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get bowled, and that's certainly what happened here. And there's a bit of chat as to what's coming up. Obviously, these 2 teams will go at it again. So one team will be out for revenge in match number 22. And the skipper, Najam Shazad, makes his way out to the middle for Marlow. And Kev Smith-Ty saying, watching from a very damp and soggy Lake District in England. Well, I can tell you, it certainly isn't damp or soggy here in Portugal. 36 degrees now. Temperature's gone back up. So mixing it in and out. But the temperature is astonishing. 36 degrees. So very, very warm up there. And there's a bit of talk about Zimbabwe up against Bangladesh. Obviously, that's going on as well. And Najam Shazad tries to drag Pardavin Singh into the leg side. Not here for a good time, not a long time. Najam Shazad starts with a dot ball. But Pungalia Nawaz saying, Charlie, would you be playing in the Spain September series? Well, the perfect answer to give you is I'm not too sure. Depends on a few things, depends on what happens. Obviously, I go back to university, still at university studying at the moment. Good delivery from Pardavin Singh. Flashes past the outside edge of the bat of Najam Shazad. And a good end to the over. 9 off it. And at the end of the power play, the Calanders are 22 for 1. It depends on a few things. I'm still studying at university, so I start back at the end of September or middle of September. So that certainly plays a factor. And also the ECC will be going on, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on in that department. But at the end of the third, obviously Calanders 22 for 1, and at this stage Gamblers, well, they were 26 for 1, so not a lot really in it at the moment. Obviously Obviously that ends the power play. Nitin Kamboj going to continue here. None for 11 off of his first over. And Parveen finishes with figures of 1 for 11. He's got Adnan facing up, and this is a full toss. And there was a bit of a fumble, but will only just be a 1 run. Was Imran down at deep mid wicket. But no, going back to that, obviously the news that there's 7 days of cricket for 5 weeks when we're in Malaga. If the opportunity comes back, I'd love to play for sure. Shazad just clips this into the onside for yet again another single. If the opportunity comes up, I would certainly love to be involved. Obviously running the risk of being embarrassed if I do play and it doesn't quite come off. Obviously there for all of the world to see. That's just one of the beauties of the European Cricket Network, because this is full again. Again Adnan just dragging this into the leg side. Now him on to 15, only obviously the 2 boundaries, a 4 and a 6 early on in his innings. Even he's on to 15 off 7. Zad getting off the mark with a single early on in this over. Well, that's his first boundary, and that has been hit a long, long way. And Nitin Kamboj get a bit of treatment once again. And this time it's a Maximo here in Portugal. We take another look. It's a bit too full from Kamboj, and it's in the arc. And a batsman of Najam Shazad's calibre is not going to miss out on that one. It goes all the way, and it flies for 6 runs. Going for 20 already. He's got 2 deliveries left in his second over. $5 though, we're just giving it the 1 over. Make sure the ball's okay. To continue. Good comeback right in the block hole. Squeeze into the onside. They'll think of coming back for the second. Shazad saying, well, I think we really could have taken that on. Adnan turned him down, and it's just the 1 run. The rotation of the strike is key. 9 dot balls in this innings so far. This is a full toss and hit hard, and it's flat, and it's gone all the way. And this goes for another maximum, says Corredas. And that one just below the hip there. Well, there's plenty of questions being asked, but it certainly was just under the hip, and it's a good way to end, and it's 6 runs. And we take a look at the stats gun here, and no surprise to see that Najam Shazad is one of the top batsmen for Marlow. 167 runs in this tournament so far for him. Again now, obviously the bowlers, Parveen Singh is up there, 9 wickets for him, well 10 now, obviously with that wicket. But we're going to see the introduction of Jay Prakash into the attack now. He's got 2 dangerous batsmen at the crease. Shazad 8 from 5. Drags into the leg side, doesn't get all of this, and he'll come through for a single. Jay Prakash has had a pretty decent time of it with the ball. Best figures this year in this tournament, 2 for 8 against the Lisbon Capitals. He's got 8 wickets to his name, so he's certainly a key member of this Gamblers team. This has been hit and hit hard, and Parveen Singh will come round, and it's a long barrier in, and they come through for yet again another single down the ground. Well, this has gone big into the onside. And, well, you don't want to bowl there to a man like Najam Shahzad. And this goes all the way. And it's 6 corridas. And we might need another ball here, as that's gone all the way. And that's out of here. So there you go at this stage. Gamblers were 43 for 1. Obviously had a good start, but ended up slowing down ever so slightly. They were pegged back by Marlow. But Marlow 3 runs ahead at this stage. It'll be interesting to see how the skipper continues on here, whether or not he's just going to keep going for the big shots, or if he's just going to rotate through this over. It's a good take from Kuldeep Golia. It's a wide down the leg side. And Jay Prakash just getting pushed off out of his rhythm. Well, that's another wide. Shahzad letting this one flow through. Jay Prakash just being pushed off of his rhythm after being dispatched for a huge 6 from Najam Shahzad. Just struggling to get his line of length back to where it needs to be. And this time it's too full. It's in the slot again. And Najam Shahzad gets another boundary, and this is another 6. That's his 3rd, and it's another Maximo here in Portugal. In the slot from Jay Prakash. Not the over that he would have wanted here. Currently gone for 16 off of his first 4 deliveries. He's got 2 left. He's got the dangerous Shahzad at the opposite end. It's full again. He's gone for it again. It's an opportunity. And I think it's been taken, and it has. That's great work. I think that's Amandeep Kokar at point. And the skipper, Najam Shahzad, was looking dangerous, but he has to go for 21 off of 9. And the second wicket falls, and that's a big change in this game as Marla Kalanders, they fall to 54 for 2. He was going for one too many, really, was Shahzad. Was trying to get on with it, and was also, the skipper will be thinking about the team's net run rate, and he knows he's got to get on with it. But what a catch from Amandeep Kokar. Was able to keep an eye on it. He was tracking back. He was back heeling. Got the roll in as well. It was a good catch from him to remove the dangerous Najam Shahzad. So he goes for 21. Good spell of batting from him. Partnership only worth 22. Him getting 21 of them. So Adnan's really been starved of the strike, really. The new batter makes his way out to the crease. He's got a big job on his hands now. 52 off of 31 is the equation. And this is just straight back down the ground and off the mark straight away. And Ahmed Ikram off the mark with a single. And that brings us to the halfway stage. And the Marla Kalanders are 55 for 2 at the end of 5. Take a look there. Obviously, Zulfikar Shah going for 9 at the top of the order. 9 off 11, 2 fours for him. Weren't really the most convincing fours. And then Mohammed Adnan, he's been in ever since. 22 off of 9, 1 4 and 2 6s. Shazad came in at number 3. Gave it a good old tonk. But the new batsman, Mohammed Ikram, off the mark straight away. But he faces up now, and we're going to see Ankush Kumar, the leading wicket taker in this tournament. If he can take a couple here, he'll have a big, big change in this game. Into the leg side. There is a man out there. Does well. That's Nitin Kamboj. Oh, it might be. It is. Does well. Keeps it to just a single. And a very good afternoon. Good evening to Sujit Yadav. Hope you're well. Yes, hello, Charlie. Hope you're very much enjoying the cricket here. I think we could be in for a close encounter. Run rate required at just over 10. Man on strike. That's a big wicket, and you can see how much that means to him, and it's another wicket for Ankush Kumar. And Mohammed Adnan goes, and Gamblers SC get the main man that they wanted, and a third wicket falls, and the Marlow making things difficult for themselves, now falling to a 56 for 3 here in the 6th. It's that man again. You can't keep him out of the game. Had a good bit of hitting with the bat, and he's come in now, and it's just his second delivery gets the breakthrough. Adnan goes for 22 off of 10. Marlow mixing things up here. Well, what a game we could have on our hands here. New batsman makes his way out to the crease. And to me, that looks like it's Rana Sawar. Got a big, big job to do here. Coming in at number 5. 50 off of 28 now. That run rate creeping up. Almost trapped in front. Did well to get a bit of wood on this one. It's a single into the leg side. What an over this has been already from Kumar. Well, things are heating up here in Portugal. If they weren't hot enough, they certainly are. Fuller doesn't get all of this, and it's Kumar underneath it, and it's put down. And he's furious with himself. Krishna was coming in, and you just wonder, with the angle that he was coming in from, that it would have been easier for him to put a name under it. But Ahmed Ikram survives again early on here. You can see there, you just wonder, Krishna might have been in the better position to take that catch. Kumar was trying to put his name in the lights, but it's 1 run to the total. Well, it doesn't cost them much, and it's another wicket, and Kumar gets his second, and Rana Sawar has to go. 2 wickets in this over going. Marlow, bit of a collapse here at 58 for 4. Clatters into the middle stump. And the manager that he calls himself, the Rana Sawar, he goes for just 1 run. He walks off. And the new batsman makes his way out. He's keen. I think he knows that he's got a job to do, and it's Amandeep Singh. Two fresh batsmen at the crease. Ahmed Ikram, 3 off of 3 deliveries for him. He's not looked the most confident out in the middle with bat in hand. But Ankush Kumar, once again, the clutch player here for the GSC. 2 for 3 off of his first 5 deliveries. He's got 1 more left in this over. Can he bag another? Mandeep Singh taking his time, just trying to disrupt the rhythm of Ankush Kumar, I think. Pretty interesting tactic. Confidently pushed into the offside. Turns down a single, and what an over that is. 2 wickets from it, just the 3 runs. And at the end of the 6th, Marlow 58 for 4. And that changes things up ever so slightly here. That run rate now up to 12 and over, 48 off of 24 deliveries. They need 48 off the last 4 overs. And well, at this stage, after 6, they were 12 runs ahead. Gamblers, they were 70 for 1. So at the moment, the pendulum swinging into the favour of the GSC here in match number 21, but the game certainly not over. And Devendra Mela into the attack. Goes for the big shot. It's an inside edge into the leg guard. The pad of Amikram. Having a bit of a joke with umpire Gattuso and appealing for the 1 hand, 1 cap, one bounce. This is hidden outside the off stump, but doesn't quite execute it. And this is slashed and slashed hard, flat. And it's all gone all the way, and it's 6 runs, and it's 6 well-needed runs for Marlow. There's a reason that Marlow are the defending champions here in this tournament. And there's a reason that they've won every ECN tournament. They're not going to go down without a fight. This time, drags his length back as well, keeps it to just a single. Good bowling from Devendra Mela. Brings Amandeep Singh back on strike. Looks to give himself some room. Drags it into the leg. So that's good bit of fielding. Great commitment from Devendra Mela. Does the fielding off of his own bowling. Has to run to mid-wicket, really. But keeps it to just 1 run. That run rate now at 11. Just over 11. 40 runs needed off of 20. He's up at 12s now. This is hit into the leg side. Doesn't quite get all of it. It's well watched by Shahidul Rahman. It's another single to the total. Going to need a little bit more if they're going to get near this total here. Marlow. This is hitting it well into the offside. Again, just another single. So a good over in the end from Mela. Just 10 off it. And at the end of the 7th, Marlow 68 for 4. 2 excellent teams here on display in matches 21 and 22. And they are providing serious entertainment. But the entertainment doesn't stop there. Go ahead and follow us on all of our social medias to stay up to date with the latest news and entertainment. Obviously, we're now on the European Cricket Network is on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. And to be perfectly honest with you, it looks like Josh, but I can't say I've ever heard of Josh. Makes me sound very old. I have to give that a search. But Ankush Kumar back into the attack. This is hit, but hit well. This might go all the way for 4 runs. Parveen Singh, and he gets there, and he gets a boot on the ball, and it will stop it going for 4. That's good work by Parveen Singh. Josh, I'm being told, is India's own short video app. So there you go. They're going big in India. Any apologies for not knowing what that was. But this is hit up in the air. Skipper's underneath it. And it's been dropped. It's another drop. The skipper it has to be said, he's dropped a few this tournament. It's been put down. And another chance goes a-begging. There we go. Josh is his own short video app. So you learn something new every day, the more you know. Mandeep Singh tries to go big, but again mistimes it off the toe of the bat into his pad. Not looking the most comfortable at the moment in the middle. This game certainly could go down to the wire. One big over, and they're right back in this. Clipped into the leg side off the pads of Ikram. And it'll be another single. They don't mind this, will GSC. They can't win it in singles. That's the 8th consecutive single here now. They can't win it in singles. They need 2 or 3 boundaries here. 35 off of 15 now. Actually 34 off 14. Anything below, anywhere in the region of 25 off 2. And we're in for an exciting finish. Well, this has gone up again. It's another opportunity, and it's another drop. Amandeep Kokar this time puts this down. And Gamblers SC just keeping Marlow in this hit. It was Amandeep Singh looking to go big into the offside, and well, Kokar took an outstanding catch earlier on in this innings. It was a great catch to remove Najam Shazad, but this time isn't able to cling on, and it's another drop and a single to the total. And it prevents the flow of singles. It's a dot ball to end the 8th over, and at the end of that 8th, Marlow 73 for 4, requiring 33 off of the next 2 overs for victory. 32 for that golden ball. 2 big drops for Gamblers. Interesting to see how this plays out, if it's going to cost them anything. Take a look at the Wormwood. There was a point where Marlow were in front at the halfway stage, then a bit of a flow of wickets in the 5th and 6th, 3 falling, just changing the game. But 2 drops in and over. And Jay Prakash is going to be back into the attack. Had a good first over, really. He went for 17, but he got the wicket of Najam Shazad. So silver lining into the leg side. Push for just the 1. Fielded by Rahman. But he gets Ikram on strike. Singh yet to hit a boundary. Ikram has hit the 1-6. They need 2 boundaries here, and they're right back into the thick of this hit. Nail-biting stuff here on the European Cricket Network. Well, it's a no ball, as is called by the umpire. And that one, luckily for Jay Prakash, doesn't go the distance. I think he's in a bit of pain here. Clipped him right on the shoulder. Right on the inside of the arm shoulder there, but I think he's okay. Just taking a moment to compose himself. Just a conversation between the players. Obviously, all these players do know each other pretty well. And the skipper, Jitesh Kumar Balkrishna, just goes over to make sure that he's okay. Might be a bit of a warning from Jay Prakash as well. He apologises. Obviously, didn't do it on purpose. But it's a dot. It's a no ball, but more importantly, it's a free hit. So it's an opportunity for Ikram here. I'd like to see him keep his shape. Don't try and overhit the ball. He's obviously clearly got the power. He's got the upper body strength to muscle it through and over the boundary. But it is a free hit. If he keeps his shape, a 6 or 4 here, and they're back in the game. Well, he doesn't. He tries to meet the bowler at the halfway point. Gets this all wrong, really, does Ikram. And it's a good delivery from Jay Prakash. It's just the dot pull off the free hit, so no bonus runs for Marlow. Well, this time it's hit well, and this will go for a boundary. So just keeping themselves alive in this game. It's 4 runs. Cuatro corridas into the onside. And it's again Ikram. Who this time holds his shape and holds his position. And stand and deliver from Ikram. So that's now set 27 off of 9. 1 or 2 boundaries again. Gets them back into this game. Good comeback from Jay Prakash. Dot ball. The 4th delivery of that over. And that is crucial from Jay Prakash for keeping the GSC ahead in this game. And he's right on the money again. Great Yorker delivery from Jay Prakash. And he gets his 2nd wicket. And Ahmed Ikram, who was seeing it better than Amandeep Singh, it has to be said, he has to go. The 5th wicket falls. Marlowe struggling here. 79 for 5. Right on the Yorker length, right on the money. And the stumps go tailing over. And well, the new batsman, who's Syed Massam, makes his way out. You obviously just wonder, in that first innings, 24 extras could come to cost them. Massam ended up with 27 for 1 off of his 2 overs. And well, that's the total required now, 27 runs for victory. And he's on strike, he's got 1 delivery left here in the 9th. He's hit this well, but Parveen Singh will be there, and it could be close, and eventually is just the 1 run. So the scene is set, and at the end of the 9th, Marlowe 80 for 5. They require 26 runs off the final over, 25 for a golden ball. Been an outstanding first game here this evening. The temperature has been increased both here in the ground but also in the middle. As interestingly enough here, we're going to see Shahid Rahman, who hasn't bowled a over yet in this game, going to be bowling the 10th here. He's got 26 runs to play with, 25 if we get to a golden ball. We've had 2 already in Portugal. Are we going to do the unthinkable and have a hat-trick? Skipper Balkrishna making sure that he gets the field spot on. Another man goes into the leg side, and no shock there. We've seen many balls disappear over the leg side boundary. So 26 runs needed off this over. 6 deliveries remaining in match 21. And it's going to be Shahid Rahman here in the 10th. Well, this is an outside edge, and that's going to help the cause. That's going to run away, and that's going to be a welcome boundary, so they stay alive in this game. And a bit of luck for the Marlowe Kalandars. This is Cuatro Corridas, unconvincingly slow from the bat of Syed Massam. An interesting move here. The keeper, Kuldeep Golia, calls for his helmet. He's going to stand up. He's going to prevent Syed Massam from moving his feet. He's going to keep him in his crease. 22 now needed off 5. And this is into the leg side. And this is going to go all the way. So Syed Massam keeping Marlowe Kalandar's hopes alive. And that goes for another 6 corridas. And it's now into the teens, because it's just 16 required now off of 4. Surely not. Surely we're not going to see the 3rd here in Portugal. 16 off 4. And again, and he's not quite hit this well enough. It'll be 1. They're going to come back for the 2. Understandably so. They want to get my son back on strike. They get the single, but it's well fielded by De Van der Melle, and well done by Rahman, who holds his nerve, and they get the run out. And Marlow now 91 for 6. Didn't hit this well. Turn and go. Amandeep Singh knew that he was going to have to try and go. They don't want to starve the strike from my son. He's hitting the ball well, but he has to go. And another wicket falls, and 91 for 6, needing 15 off of the next 3 deliveries. So they need a 6 hit. A 4 or a 6 keeps them in the game. As the new batsman, he's more than capable of hitting a long ball. Asim Sawad makes his way out to the crease. That's well bowled. It's going to be off the pads. And unless he bowls a wide or a no ball, that realistically should be the game. 14 off 2 now. So unless he bowls an illegal delivery, the GSC should take full points from this game. New batsman Asim Sawad on strike. And this, well, just spices things up. This is a wide outside the off stump, so the game's still alive. And they now need 2 maximums to enforce a golden ball hit. A 4 isn't enough for Marlow, and Massam, he knows he's got to go big. Well, that's one of them. That's a 6 into the leg side. And it's now, well, in fact, it's going to be 5 for a golden ball. So a 6 here, and Marlow will take a victory. And this is a bit of a slot delivery from Rahman, not the bowling that we're used to seeing from him. And I called it earlier. It was an interesting move to bring him on with 1 delivery, well, 1 over remaining. He's not bowled yet in this game. But it's 6 off the last for victory. And they're not going to get it. It's going to go into the leg side. And the GSC, in a nail-biting fixture, will come out on top. They certainly gave Marlow the opportunity, but Massam, he gave his best, but he wasn't able to quite get Marlow over the line. And the GSC will take victory by just 4 runs here in match 21. And, well, the luck doesn't run out if you're an on-watching viewer, as these 2 teams will go at it again in match number 22. And Marlow Kalanders, they will be out for some sweet, sweet revenge. We take a look at the highlights of what was an entertaining chase. It had it all. There were drops, there were moments of excellence, there was some big, big hitting. And well, Mohammad Adnan started us off with a huge 6 down the ground. And that was also followed by Zulfikar Shah. But he didn't really look comfortable at the top of the innings. That was his second 4. It was a squeaky, squeaky 4 behind the keeper. But he was eventually bowled by Parveen Singh. He went for 9 off of 11 deliveries. With 2 4s going striking at under 100, 81.81 for him. But that brought the dangerous Najam Shahzad, and he will be kicking himself really. Tried to go 1 too many. He went for 3 6s in his innings of 21 off of 9 deliveries, striking at 233. You just wonder if he was able to just stay in for even 1 more delivery, could have got his team those all-important 4 runs that they ended up missing out for victory. But what a game we had here, and it was outstanding hitting from Shahzad. He always sat deep in his crease to render any full delivery. Had the opportunity of going into the leg side for all the way. But what a catch this was from Amandeep Kokar. It was the important one to take. He did end up putting 1 down later on in the innings, but that was an exceptional grab. And well, Ankush Kumar, the man who really can't put a foot wrong for Gamblers SC, he finished with figures of 2 for 8, and he got the big wicket of Mohammad Adnan. Ended up getting him bowled straight into the pins. Ankush Kumar 2 for 8 off of his 2 overs, going at 4 and over. Outstanding stuff from him. And that was the second for him. Rana Sawad trying to play him into the leg side. Wasn't able to do so. And when the 2 main batsmen ended up leaving the crease, you just wondered what was left to come. But there was shines of hope from Saeed Masam alongside Ahmed Ikram. Ikram was finishing up on 17 off of his 15. 1 4 and a 6 to his name. And then he ended up getting cleaned up by Jay Prakash, who again bowled pretty well for me. Did go for a few runs, but he did get the all-important wicket of Agam Shahzad. But then that brought Saeed Masam 2 6s and a 4 to his name, kept his team in it, got them down to a 6 being needed off of the last ball, but it was dragged into the leg side. But this was just before then. Amandeep Singh knew what he had to do. He sacrificed his wicket to get Masam back on strike. And then, well, this was it. That was the penultimate ball, dispatched into the leg side. Great pickup off the legs from Saeed Masam. But it wasn't meant to be, as they ended up losing by 4 runs. And what a game of cricket we had. But don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in around about 40 minutes or so, as these 2 teams will go at it once again. Gamblers SC will be taking on Marlow in match number 22 here of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 22 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we're going to see the second of the doubleheader here this evening, where Mahalo Calanders, they'll be taking on the Gamblers SC. And interestingly, the GSC, they won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first here, so completely swapping what happened in the first game this evening on its head, and pretty much similar lineups. It'll be interesting to see Massam, as he's been given an opportunity at the top of the order. He joins Mohamed Adnan at the top, who will be facing the first delivery, but no surprise, as Parveen Singh will be bowling the first over as we close down towards the half-an-hour mark. And a very warm welcome to everybody watching around the world, whether that be on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well and enjoying this lovely Saturday evening. It's a very, very warm one, has to be said. 33 degrees at the moment. Doesn't seem to be getting any cooler. The lights are on. A little bit earlier than usual, but we're almost ready to get underway. And it will be Parveen Singh to get us underway in match number 22 here in Portugal. And he gets us underway in classic European style, and it's a wide down the leg side, and it evades the diving Kuldeep Golea, and it's 4 wides down the leg side. So not the start that Parveen Singh would have expected of himself. It's the first boundary in match number 22. Good afternoon, good evening to Girish Singh and Chris Smith as well. Good afternoon to you. Hope you're all well, Girish. Hope you're recovering well. Chris asking how you're feeling. Do let us know. This is short. Good short delivery. Come through for a single, and a direct hit would have been very close. Good work from Amandeep Kokar. He had to get his skates on, really, did Syed Massam. He does well, and he will come through for just another single, and he is now on strike. But again, obviously losing by just the 4 runs in that first game. Will be a little bit unfortunate for the Calanders, but we see, I think there might be a bit of an injury just after that delivery to Mohamed Adnan, and I think we are going to have a break in play here. So obviously Adnan just clipping one on there on the glove. It's a good short delivery from Parveen Singh, but I think it's going to be a bit of the work of the magic spray as comes. I think he might have been a little cut there as well. But Chris saying that Sri Lanka are 106 for 9 off their 20 against the England women in the Commonwealth Games. So plenty of cricket in and around Europe at the moment. And obviously not only have we got the Commonwealth Games going on, obviously cricket here, and while the Super Series is just finished out in Rome, but also there's obviously the top classer in the Netherlands that's going on at the moment, and I know that VOC were in the final for that. Let's see if I can have a look and see who's ended up coming out on top on that one. I can tell you that VOC ended up beating Excelsior, so VOC, congratulations to them. They're the champions of the top class 2020 tournament. Well, there you go. Chris Smith saying that Izzy Wong, one of the fastest bowlers in women's cricket at the moment, apparently got a double wicket maiden, so there you go. Exceptional stuff from the England ladies, obviously representing England in the Commonwealth Games. And well, bit of obviously news breaking last week, and well, there you go, we are flicking the switch to prime time. So the European Cricket Championship will be under lights in 2022, so we'll be able to go prime time in both Europe and in India. Obviously, the first match will be starting at 9:30 GMT, 11:30 Central European time, so that'll be 11:30 local time out in Malaga. And then we run all the way through to 7:30 Central European time. 11 o'clock in India will be the final game, match number 5. But also, don't remember that there'll also be matches on the Saturday and Sunday. So matches from the European Cricket Championship from Monday to Friday, and Saturday, Sunday will be a local domestic T10. But we are ready to continue here. And this is comfortably pushed into the offside, and they'll come through. And it's a pretty close single, but it ends up being a safe single nonetheless. Obviously seems to have made a recovery. And Adnan back to full strength, and this is punished over the leg side, and Parveen Singh gets a little bit of treatment, and this goes for the first 6 corridas here in match number 22. In swinging delivery from Parveen Singh along with the action. Makes it 10 times easier for Adnan. He's not going to miss out there. And Giri Singh confirming he's not going to be able to play, so he will miss out for the rest of the tournament. So a big miss for the Coimbra Knights, and we obviously wish Girish a full speedier recovery. And this is a great shot from Mohamed Adnan. Just leans on this one, gets a bit of bat on this one, and it squirts away through the offside, and it's another boundary. So 10 off the last 2 deliveries. This time it's 4 carreras for Marla Calanders. Giddy's confirming he's strained his tendonitis and rotator cuff, which is certainly uncomfortable. This is an outside edge, and will just go down to third man for a single. But this has been a good first over for Marlo Calanders. Interestingly, in the previous game, obviously electing to bowl first. But every time they've won the toss and batted first, they've pretty much won every game. So obviously they won't be too upset to be batting first here. It's what they're good at. They're very good at defending their total. And they're going to look to set it a par total here, and anything above. Into the offside, but it doesn't get through. Amandeep Kokar. Oh, Masan wanted 2. It's all happening here. Masan wanted 2. But Adnan turned around and said, no, not for me. And it's just the 1 to end the over. But a good over nonetheless. And at the end of the first, Marlow, 19 for none. So there we go. There's the bat versus ball, and it doesn't really get much closer than that. I think the computer obviously putting Gamblers SC, especially after the last game, just slightly in front of Marlow. Marlow are yet to lose a tournament that's been held on the European Cricket Network here in Portugal. But interestingly here, they could be playing in the playoff for the final spot in the final. But Nitin Kamboj into the attack. Starts with a wide down the offside. So Kamboj starting in very classic European cricket style. And this is a big swing from Saeed Masam, and doesn't quite get anything on this, but good evening to Vinny Fangirl. How are you? Hope you're all doing okay. I'm sure you're a little bit upset. Vinny taking I think it's 3 weeks off now. I'm sure you'll survive and cope. Get the joys of Rico and Tyrone in commentary duties in Dresden. This one stays low. It's good keeping from Kuldeep Golia. This one in the bit of a way movement as well from the right-handed Maisam. I'm sure Vinny Fangirl is very upset that Vinny's taking A well-deserved, it has to be said, 3 weeks off. Obviously, a huge shout-out to all of the crew out in Rome. They've done an absolutely fabulous job. This is close again, but again, good work. Vinny Fanco saying, Charlie, where is the Ice Bucket Challenge? Well, I think I can confirm, spoken to those above, I think I can confirm that the Ice Bucket Challenge will be taking place tomorrow. I'm not going to tell you when, but it will be taking place tomorrow. So in classic TV style, you'll have to come back tomorrow and tune in to have a look. That was just an edge down to third man. Good evening to MD Ashad as well. Hope you're well. Let us know where you're tuning in from, Ashad. Always appreciate viewers here on the European Cricket Network, and a huge thank you, obviously, for reaching 300,000 subscribers. Oh, this stays low. It was a big appeal, but Buckstoneman turns it down straight away, and they'll come through for just the one leg bye. Take another look. I think it's a good call from Bucks. The impact looked as if it was just on the outside edge of leg stump, and I think with the angle it would have been going down. So good call from Bucks. It's just a leg bye, and my son is back on strike. Well, this one might have caught him in the uncomfortable region. I think he's okay, but a good tidy over from Cambodge. Started off with the early wide, but my son says gives the thumbs up and he's okay. And then at the end of the second, Kalanders 22 for none. But that's what that victory. Actually, that standing hasn't been updated. So the victory for the GSC puts them on 14 points after 9 games. So they go top on net run rate. Marlow stuck in third. So obviously, if we were to go into the final now, or to the finals evening, then Marlow would be taking on Gorka 11 to battle out for a place in the final up against Gamblers. Obviously, so the way that the format has worked is a little bit different to what's normally on here on European Cricket Network. It will be the first will go straight into the final, and then second will play third to battle it out. Padavin Singh continues here. This is dragged into the leg side by Mohammad Adnan for just one run. Vinny Fangel saying, well, 3 games tomorrow. Well, it's not just tomorrow, 3 games tomorrow and Monday. So plenty of cricket. This one stays very low, and the pitch misbehaving quite a lot here. But no, so 3 games tomorrow, but then also 3 games on Monday. And then we go back to the standard 2. So that's 7 games on Monday here on the European Cricket Network. Obviously 4 in Germany, in Dresden. Gets our little German vacation underway. And then also we have 3 games of cricket here in the evening, or afternoon and evening. Fuller and a big swing from Saeed Massam. And isn't able to connect. He's chewing up deliveries here. A little bit of a different side to him that we saw compared into the last game. 3 off of 9 now for him. Vinny Fangirl saying, Charlie, we need 2 ice buckets at least as you get all the fun of the gold balls. Well, I can tell you that there is a special guest. And another big swing from Massam. And that's another dot ball. These dots joining up here for the GSC. Pressure building on Marlow. And there is a special guest. I won't tell you who. And another big swing. And it's the 4th consecutive dot ball. And my Sam getting frustrated here. You just wonder how long he's going to survive. And a good afternoon to Kitty Hunley. Watching from, I want to say Virginia, I believe, in the States. Kitty, you have to correct me on that one if I'm wrong. But a very good afternoon. Good evening to you. Might be good morning. I'm not too sure on the time zones. And he won't beat 5 dot balls in a row, but it's a single to end the over. 5 runs coming off the last 2, and at the end of the power play, Marlo Calanders sat on 24 for none. Graphic clearly not deciding to misbehave. But once again, obviously, it'll be interesting to see who will be coming in next. I would assume that it would be Najam Shazad coming in at number 3. Obviously, Zulfikar Shah opened in the previous game. Didn't quite get the start that he would have wanted. Has Vinny decided to join just to have some cold balls? He's not. He's having a well-earned break. I know you want him here on the European Cricket Network along with many other people as Kamboj continues here into his second over. And this is hit well by my son. And they come back for the second. And they'll end up doing so pretty comfortably. So good running from the Calanders here. Obviously, the end of the power play eases some fielding restrictions. And it just opens up a few extra gaps in the field. No, Vinny is obviously taking a very well-earned break, that's for sure. He will be back in 3 weeks' time. This is short. This has gone high. It'll take some catching. Padavin Singh is trying to get there alongside Shahidul Rahman. But just didn't have the legs to get there, and Massam is just getting a bit frustrated now. No, so Vinny will be back in... He'll be back in 3 weeks' time. 29th of August, he'll return on air. And Adnan goes big into the leg side. And this goes all the way. And this certainly will release a little bit of pressure. And it's another 6 corridas here in Portugal. Mohamed Adnan proving to be a real force at the top of the order for the Calanders. Short again and pulled, and he comfortably pulls this into the leg side. Comfortably rolls his wrist over this and keeps it down, and it flows over the boundary for another boundary. 4 corridas. This is a better over, and Adnan now moves to 23 off of just 8 deliveries. Complete polar opposite to Saeed Masim, who's striking at just 50 at the moment. 7 off 14 for him. But Kamboj getting not really his day here. And again, we'll make that 3 in a row. 6-4. And now another 6 here. And Adnan taking a liking to Nitin Kamboj. And that's a Maximo into the leg side. Didn't quite get all of it. It was a little bit off the toe of the bat. But when you're Mohamed Adnan and you've got the power, the upper body strength, and it sails over the boundary. 19 off this over so far. 1 delivery remaining. Does he have a comeback in his locker? He does. Good bit of work from Nitin Kamboj to come back from being dispatched back over his head. And well, as I previously mentioned, obviously on the Monday, we start our little German vacation. 2 weeks in Dresden. And we start with some very, very good lineups with RC Dresden taking on Victoria Berlin. And then we'll also have ACB Carrera Combans taking on USC Magdeburg. I do apologise if I've completely butchered those pronunciations. But 4 matches, and Rico and Tyrone will be taking you through those games for the 2 weeks in Germany. They start at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European, and 12 o'clock over in India. And that'll be an exciting 2 weeks of cricket. But Monday, you have 4 games there, but then you have 3 games here, so there'll be a bit of a crossover. And I'm certainly looking forward to bringing you 3 more games on Monday, but also 3 games tomorrow. And we're going to see an early introduction of Ankush Kumar, leading wicket taker in the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. This is hit, but hit well. Straight to Padavin Singh, and he's got a good arm on him, and he's got a direct hit. Gartus Tazen just asking the question. We're going to go upstairs. I think he's back safely. He might have to get his skates on there, and he does. He puts a bit of effort in. Have to keep rolling it through. Does he get his bat down in time? Yes, he does. So he's just in, but only by the skin of his teeth. But great work from Padavin Singh. And Gartus Tazen with a good call there, just to make sure. It was a bit closer than originally thought. That's a big swing from Adnan, trying to play this into the leg side. As we get a visit from a very, very noisy helicopter. But happily, good to see that it isn't for a fire in the local area. Well, this has gone high. It'll take some catching. And he takes it. It's a good catch. I think that's that man again. He had a mixed time of it in the field, but Amandeep Kokar holds on to another crucial wicket. And Mohammad Adnan has to go. And that wicket brings an end to an opening partnership worth 44. The Kalanda's 44 for 1. It was a good catch from Kokar. He got there, did the hard bit. The easy bit was taking it, and he did well. Held on to it. And it's another wicket for Ankush Kumar. His 15th in this tournament. Exceptional bowling from him, and his figures before this game. He bowled 14 overs, and ready for this, stats of 87 for 14 wickets. That's his 15th now, and he's only gone for 1, so he's technically 14.3 overs, and he's gone for 15 for 88 runs. Exceptional stuff from him. Just proving you don't have to bowl outright pace to be effective. Bit of a break in play here. I think the ball is he's been dispatched a few times, so I think we're going to need a new ball. So Gartus Tazen and Buck Stoneman deciding that that's not up to the scratch, and tournament referee Suleiman Saeed will select the new ball to come out. Obviously going to match the, or be around the same condition that it should be coming into the halfway stage. But once again, Ankush Kumar, his 15th wicket. Outstanding stuff from him. You just can't keep him out of the game. He's also up there for the batting as well. He's still second, only by 6 runs. He's obviously got an innings or a match in hand on Suman Gimini, who's at the top at the moment. But Ankush Kumar, 225 runs to his name with the bat as well. And certainly will be a good recruit. And there's a bit of a discussion about pineapple on pizza. And Chris remembers, he knows that I do not agree with pineapple on pizza. So Najam Shazad coming in at number 3, faces up for his first ball. And he gets stuck in his crease, really. He was looking as if he was going to try and wind up, but Kumar just dropped his length back. Shazad wasn't really able to adjust himself in time, and it's a dot ball. You can see there, he was got that front leg out of the way to really try and wind up, but wasn't able to do so. And again, an exceptional work from Kuldeep Golia. No real risk of a stumping. So deep in his crease, but Golia just reminding him, I'm still here. And I'm very, very quick with the hands. Well, there you go. Kirsty says, nope, pineapple on pizza is wrong. There's a reason why Kirsty and I get on so well. Not only because she cooks us delicious food, but also because she believes that pineapple doesn't belong on pizza. Food talk is the best talk. This is an outside edge. It's well stopped by, I think that's Devander Mehta. Keeps it to just 1, prevents it from flowing through. So that will be the end of the 5th over, and at the halfway stage, the Marlow Calanders are 45 for 1. See Adnan at the top, going well, 29 off 12. So obviously he's averaging around the 20 mark. So he gets off to a good start, but he ends up getting himself out, going for one shot too many. And I think for him, what I'd really like to see is to see him build in innings. Obviously, it's T10. It's not an easy opportunity. It often will be go straight away from ball 1. But I think for me, if he can just realise that he doesn't have to go for every single ball, and he can respect the odd straight one, then I think it'd be nice to see him really put on a good innings. But we're going to see Sunil Kumar into the attack for the GSC. That's flicked and flicked well. There is a man out there and he's done well. That's Rao Imran, and keeps it to just a single. A good shot, good looking shot from Najam Shazad. A bit of a flick into the leg side. This is clipped off the hip, and this is going to race away into the onside, and it's going to be cuatro carreras, and a very welcome boundary for Saeed Massam. That's his first boundary, and it's taken him to get into the 6th over for him to get. He's been there since the start, but he now moves on to 12 off of 16. There's a big shout, and Buck Stoneman has given him. And I think my initial reaction is that he might have got outside the line. Massam isn't happy. We take another look here, and I think that's a bit of a tough call. Moving away, he was spinning away from the right-hander. I think that might have been a bit of an unlucky call for Massam, but he has to go. Just looking like he was going to take a liking to Sunil Kumar, but Kumar comes out on top, and the second wicket falls, and Marlow are 50 for 2. So the new batsman Amandeep Singh comes to the crease, which is an interesting move. And I think obviously Jayesh Popat and Asim Sabar can also hit a long ball. Amandeep Singh comes into the crease now. He joins the skipper. And I've got a very interesting outlook on the entire pineapple on pizza situation, which I'll get to in just a moment. But Amandeep Singh starts well on the full, and he gets down on one knee. Doesn't ask the question, he answers the question. This sails away down towards the boundary for cuatro carreras. So, bit of information. I've asked our producer, Daniel, asked the question. I've said, pineapple on pizza, yes or no? And his words were, hard no. So, Kirsty, myself, and Daniel, obviously in the right mindset. And as Amandeep Singh tries to play this into the leg side, tries to give himself a bit of room, doesn't come off in the correct manner. But a very interesting outlook from producer Daniel, and a very warm welcome to Raihan Liat. Says, hi, how are you? Let us know where you're viewing from. This is short. It's a Gundy ball, and he's not quite got all of this, but it's a good bit of work from Nitin Kamboj. Keeps it to what will eventually be 2. But the Gundy ball doesn't get the treatment that it really should have got, and he gets away with that one at the end of the 6th. 11 off it. Marlow is 56 for 2. So again, Ankush Kumar, outstanding first over, 1 for 2. There's just no way of really keeping him out of the game at the moment. It's not as if he's picking wickets up when the tail enders are in, when they're just trying to go hard. He's picking up key wickets. This time Mohammad Adnan, caught by Amandeep Kokar. Exceptional stuff, it has to be said. But we're going to see him carry on here into his second over. So he's really crucial for the Gamblers in these middle overs. Shazad trying to play him into the leg side. but again failing to do so. Not looking as comfortable as he did in the previous game. Just needs to give himself a bit of time here. This is Fuller, and this has gone up, up, and up. And he's put it down. We've seen this again. Well, he's going to have a throw at the stumps. And then they're going to come through for the third. It's all happening here. And in pretty similar fashion to what happened in the first game. Ankush Kumar taking a simple catch away from the fielders in the covers. Going for glory. Gets it all wrong. And it costs him 3 runs. It's not an easy opportunity. Najam Shazad looked to pounce. Called him through for the second. And then there was buzzers again, and they ended up coming through safely for the third. There were 2 fielders on the offside that were in a much better position. That's the second time he's done that now as Kumar. Well, this is hit well, and Tuesdays does well, gets out of the way. They're going to come through. They take on the arm. And, well, Shazad is really looking to get on with things here. But it's a good bit of avoidance from Tuesdays. He's been under a bit of fire throughout this tournament. They were going back, and it would have been close. If it was taken cleanly, I think he would have been gone. But he survives another day. And Amandeep Singh moves on to 8 runs. Oh, this has missed everything. But it's good running again from the skipper, and they'll come through for a bye. So Kuldeep Galia missed out on a run-out opportunity, and then lets this one fall through for a bye. Extras really could be a killer. We saw it take the game away from Marlow in the first game.
This is the mic.
Well, this one just missing the top of off again, and they will come through for another bye. So 2 byes consecutively. And a bit of an interesting over from Kumar. This is slashed and slashed hard, but it's straight to the fielder, Jay Prakash. It'll just be another single. So dealing in singles, bit of an interesting over. A lot happening here in the 7th, and at the end of the 7th, Marlow 64 for 2. So there we go. I mentioned it previously, but we're back again. Sunday's our day here in Portugal. We got a golden ball last week, but we're back again. We've got 3 more matches for you. So the Coimbra Knights, they'll be making their return. They take on Marlow and Gamblers, and that's not easy matchups whatsoever. And then Gamblers, they'll be taking on Gorka 11 in match number 25. So it's all happening here, and that gets underway at 2:30 GMT, 3:30 in Central Europe. And Amandeep Singh again finds the toe of the bat, and this will be another single as Jay Prakash is into the attack. Well, this is sloppy. They come through. Well, there could be another one here. Oh, the wheels are completely falling off. Could be another one. And they end up coming through for 3. Najam Shazad just stretching his back out a little bit. I don't think he was expecting to run so many there, but 3 off the first. This is a full toss straight into the pad. missed out there. There's a big opportunity to get his account underway. He's yet to score a boundary in this game, Shazad. He's just slowing things down, really. This is driven into the onside. Parveen Singh will come round and keep it to just the one run. And another single. So dealing in mostly singles at the moment. Singles and buys. We haven't had a boundary since the 6th. And this is a bit of a scoop shot into the leg side. This will run away. That's a beautiful shot from Amandeep Singh. Gets inventive. And this races away for another boundary. 4 runs for Amandeep Singh. Just turned around the corner and not even Nitin Kamboj could get that one away and keep it out of harm's way. But it goes all the way and it's a welcome boundary. It's the first one since the 6th. Amandeep Singh moves to 16 off of 8. This is an inside edge and will fly through to basically the backstop. And they come through for another single. But extra so far, going for 9. 6 wides and 2 wides and a leg bite. Again, this is a good delivery from Prakash right in the block hole. Shazad isn't able to get underneath it to give it the elevation. And it's another single, and it brings us to the end of the over with Marlowe sitting at 74 for 2 after 8. So 2 overs remaining. 9 and over here gets them to just under 95, gets them to 92. I think they'll be looking to get anywhere near. They can get a few extra boundaries here and there, get up towards that 100 mark, and they're going to try and defend. They obviously have to back themselves defending a total. They've been so successful in doing so in this FanCode European Cricket T10. And Devendra Mela is going to be coming into the attack now. 2 overs remaining, so he'll have 1 over to bowl here. But Najam Shazad, 7 off 10. He's got a big opportunity here. If he can go big in the last 2 overs, they can get up to a more than acceptable total. This is hit and hit well. And it's a comfortable catch for Parveen Singh. It was hit flat towards him. He didn't really have to move. I think a little bit to his right, but that was about it. But the skipper unable to pay off here. It had to go, but he wasn't able to come off here. And he has to go 7 off of 11. And the 3rd wicket falls here in the 9th. Marlowe, 74 for 3. It's a good catch from Parveen Singh. He watched it all the way in. It's not; those aren't the easiest of catches. They're flat, straight at you. He hit it well, just didn't get the elevation. And Rana Sarwa makes his way out to the middle. He's got a big job here. He's got wickets in hand, so he can certainly go for it. Just really wants to try and get a couple boundaries away here, Damale. And that might be one of them. He's hit this well, and it will. It splits the fielders, and it goes all the way. And not even Rahman is able to cut that off. And Sawad gets off the mark and underway with a boundary down the ground. So Mela needs a response now, does Devendra Mela. That's a good bit of keeping from Kuldeep Gulier. It skids through. There was a signal there from Sawad saying that, well, that just skidded on. And Kuldeep Gulier is still there. He's Certainly does well to take that cleanly. And this is hit. Not quite hit as well. A little bit more towards Rahman, and he will cut this off, and it will just be 1 run to the total. Well, this has gone high. Don't quite know if it's got all the legs. That's an outstanding catch. Nitin Kamboj, well, he's just saying, well, there was a man next to me. He didn't look like he was going to take it. He's still complaining. But that's an outrageous catch. It had so much height on it. The hang time was incredible. Didn't look like it had the legs. It was Jay Prakash. They both just sort of looked at each other. And Kamboj just turns around and goes, well, if you won't do it, I'll do it. And another wicket goes. And Amandeep Singh has to go. And Marlowe, 79 for 4. Amir Ikram comes to the crease. He's only got 7 deliveries left in this innings, and they're going to want to try and get up to a decent total. But what an over this has been so far from Mela. 1 delivery left. Can he keep this to a minimum? This has gone high. It's another opportunity. I think it's going to fall safe. Rahman isn't able to get there, and it will keep it to just the 1. Great over from Devendra Mela. 6 off it, but 2 wickets as well. And at the end of the 9th, Marlowe, 80 for 4. So 10 off the last will get them up to that 90. And well, again, these two teams, I think in the context of this game, might be a little below par. The batting power of the Gamblers, just proving obviously to be too much in the first game. You can see there was a real dip in the 4th, 5th and 6th over. They've gone on again, but obviously not the greatest of starts in the power play. Had a good first over with 19 off it, but then 5 coming off of the 2nd and 3rd. And the man who really didn't go for that catch, but it was eventually taken by Kamboj, Jay Prakash, is going to bowl the 10th here. And this is pulled into the leg side. And Ikram gets a piece of the action. This is Sej Correidas. Good start to the 10th for Marlowe. Seen him do it time and time again. Comes down the track, meets the bowler. Meets this with the full face of the bat. And it flies and sails over the boundary. 6 runs. Buck Stoneman just checks the condition of the ball. That's a good delivery from Jay Prakash. As Ikram again looked to meet him halfway, but Prakash pulled this one a little bit wider, just inside that wide line though, and it was a good comeback as a dot ball. This is a full toss and squeezed into the offside, but Krishna will keep it to just the 1, and the single brings Sawar on strike, capable of hitting a long ball. Already got a boundary to his name. Needs 1 or 2 here in the final 3 deliveries. Into the leg side. This isn't hit well enough. They'll turn and go for 2. And it's good running out in the middle. Well, it wasn't hit well enough to clear the boundary or even reach the boundary. Oh well, it was 2, but it's 1 short. Buck Stoneman there signalling 1 short. So they ended up running 2, but it's just the 1. So that'll be a big miss there. This is going to make up for it, is it? Well, it skids on through. Parveen Singh isn't able to cut that off. It just skidded along. Bit of spin. But that makes up for the 1 short, and it's Cuatro Correidas, and that will help the total. So making up for the 1 short. And Marlow, one delivery left, 92 on the board. And that's going to help. They'll finish on 98 as Rana Sarwa takes things into his own hands. And this is crunched into the leg side, and it's another 6. And what a way to finish the innings for Marlow. Jay Prakash, the final over that he really wouldn't have wanted. 18 off it. And that's good hitting from Rana Sarwa. He finishes 16 off 6, and Ikram 8 off 4. So we take a look at the highlights of this first innings of match number 22. And it was a good start for Adnan. He started well, and again getting a good start, and he got a decent total, getting up towards that 30 mark. However, it wasn't meant to be, as he ended up falling as he was caught by Amandeep Kokard. 29 off 12 for him. Outstanding work. And this was another 6 into the leg side. It's not the first time we've seen him do that, and it certainly won't be the last. But there was good spells of bowling. But again, interestingly, Parveen Singh and Nitin Kamboj going for none for 21 off of both of their 2 overs. So I think it might be the first time that these two have opened the bowling here in this tournament, and none of them have got a wicket. Mohamed Adnan hitting some big bombs, but then it fell to Ankush Kumar to pick up the pieces, and what a bit of bowling he had. 1 for 8 off of his 2 overs, and a good catch from Amandeep Kokar to remove Adnan. Shazad came out to the middle, but then this was a controversial moment, spinning away, and umpire Buck Stoneman went on to believe that it was in front. I guess he was a little bit blindsided by the striker, but that brought Amandeep Singh. He played well. 17 off 10 for him, a good helping hand, 2 falls to his name. That was a good shot. That was one of his first deliveries, I believe. Down on one knee and swept well square of the wicket. And that was the second. Beautiful round the corner, just glanced really off the legs. It was a good over from Devendra Mela. 2 wickets for him. Good catch from Parveen Singh to remove Najam Shazad. He couldn't quite get going. 7 off of 11 for him, but that brought Rana Sarwa out to the crease. 16 off 6, 2 4s and a 6, striking at 266.66. Plenty of 6s in that innings. And then Amandeep Singh tried to go big in to the leg side. Wasn't quite able to get all of it, but Nitin Kamboj ended up taking over from Jay Prakash. But then Jay Prakash came to bowl the final over, and he got pumped into the leg side. He finishes with figures of none for 28 off his 2 overs. Good shots from Mohamed Ikram. That was his only 6. He went for 8 off of his 4. Then there was 1 short. They made up for that one as Rana Sarwa smashed this down the ground. And then to finish up, pulled this into the leg side for another 6. So a good bit of batting from Rana Sarwar. And at the end of their 10 overs, Marlow finished on 98 for 4. And they've set 99 for victory for the GSC, Gamblers SC. They'll be coming out in full force in a matter of moments. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Mariano do Corvo here in Coimbra. And welcome back to match number 22 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here in the commentary box as we're almost ready to get the response from the Gamblers SC underway as they require 99 for victory off of 60 deliveries. Certainly not an easy task going up against the very talented bowling attack of the Marla Calanders, and in similar fashion we're going to see Asim Sawar opening up for Marlo. Bit of left arm spin early on in the first over. Now the big question is, can the Gamblers chase this down and take a very comfortable lead at the top of the standings? But we're almost ready to get that question answered, and it's Sawar to get us underway. And Kuldeep Gulia survives the first ball. It's a dot to start. Good start from Sawar, straight on the money. Well, that one isn't, as that's going to be a leg side wide, and eventually collected by Asad Mahmood, and they come through for a run as well. And well, if Rao Imran gets going like he did in his first game in this tournament, this game will be over pretty quickly. But he's got to face the difficult bowling of Sawar. And this has gone up high. It's going to take some catching. Oh, and it's been put down. And Rao Imran once again, in similar fashion to the first game, he survives early on here. He went straight up in the air. The man that's into this game, Asad Mahmood, well, he had it, but it just slipped through. And Kuldeep Gulia, I think this one coming off the bat or glove here. Take another look. It's a good shout. I think it's, if anything, it's also going down leg, really. But this is good bowling from Sawar early on. Just getting a false start. Have to go again. This is driven, but it's over Mohammad Adnan, and it races away. And that's going to be the first boundary, and it falls to Kuldeep Gulia. Just pushed into the offside over the outstretched hand of Adnan. And it's the first boundary. Wow, trying to just fiddle this one into the offside. Isn't able to get anything on this, and it's a good comeback from Sawar. Oh, this one was an outside edge. And Jayas Popat unable to hold on to this one. Another chance goes. Wasn't an easy one, that's for sure. But an interesting first over. Gamblers at the end of the first, 7 for none. And well, there you go. The wait continues once more. We're now 12 matches into the wait for another golden ball. Obviously had the golden ball between Gorka 11 and Coimbra Knights just a couple of days ago. And it's interesting and crazy to think that, well, in Italy they were there for 5 weeks. I think it was 122 games of cricket. No golden balls were ever played. And well, we just came here for a couple of days in the first week, and we got two of them there. So clearly something in the air here at the moment. And the skipper, Najam Shahzadi, didn't have a great time of it with the bat, but he's got to job to do here with the ball in hand. And Rao Imran again looking to go big. Doesn't quite get anything on this one. Looking for that big gap over mid-wicket. But unable to connect on this one. Oh, this one just missing the top of the stumps. Great work again from Najam Shahzad. This has been a good start from him. This time down the leg side. And Rawi Imran just lets that one flow. Tried to get a bit of bat on this one. Any bit of bat on that and it would have raced away for 4. But he's just struggling here early on. Here's Imran. This is again a big swing from Imran and signalled wide. And Najam Shahzad just struggling here. Oh, it's been put down. It was a huge outside edge. And Rao Imran survives another opportunity. And he just didn't stick for Jayesh Popat. And an opportunity goes a-begging, and Shahzad really should have had a wicket there. This is gone into the leg side. It's gone high. And it's gone all the way. So that drop proving ever costly. And he gets his repayment back. And this is 6 runs off the bat of Rao Imran. Rao Imran dispatching this one, making the most of the opportunity he's been given. It's 2 drops off of him now. Got a big opportunity to go big now. Goes for a big swing again. And I think Jayesh Popak's just in his own head here. Wasn't able to take that cleanly again. And this time it's a slower delivery and it's dispatched into the leg side. Rao Imran is making them pay here. It's the second 6 of this game. And what a way to end the over. And at the end of the second, Gamblers 21 for none. We take a look at the standings again. Haven't been updated from the previous game, but obviously at the moment Gamblers sitting top, or they will be top, or they would be top, with level on points with Gorka. However, their net run rate is far superior at the moment. A victory here would put them clear at the top, but then a victory for Marlow would just keep them in the race for the first position. And Asim Sawad is going to continue here into his second over, and Kuldeep Galia strongly plays this into the leg side. This is just played into the leg side, and Raul Imran just comes off with a single. He moves on to 14 off of 8 and brings Golia back on strike. Golia on the drive was looking to punish this over the covers, didn't quite get underneath it. Ends up being another dot ball. This is a good tidy over from Savad early on here. This is an inside edge, and it runs away down to fine leg for just another 1 run. And this time he does get the elevation. This sails over the cover boundary. He's been looking at this option for a couple of deliveries, but Raul Imran, he goes big over the offside, and it's another 6 runs. Almost into one of the cars out in the car park. Strategically placed there, probably because they didn't think it was going to be in harm's way, but almost gets clattered by Raul Imran. He moves on to 20 off of just 9. This is more like Raul Imran that we saw early on in this week. And again, this has got height, but it's also got legs. Muscled into the leg side, and it hits the top of the stand, and it's gone all the way for back-to-back Maximos here in Portugal. It's in the slot, and a batsman with the power of Raul Imran isn't going to miss out on an opportunity like that. And Arif in the chat saying Raul Imran, big hitter in the tournament. He certainly is, and what a way to end the over. 36 for none after 3. So there we go. Oh, that isn't quite right, obviously, the third. That one just having a bit of an issue there, but it is 36 for none after 3. Even had myself confused for a minute there. 36 for none here. And Adnan Gondal into the attack. This one stays low. Well watched by wicket keeper Jayesh Popat. Or just a dot ball. This one really tucked him up for space there. Didn't allow him to get any swing on this one. He was just try and play this down to third man. But he keeps it to just the dot ball again. Good first 2 deliveries from Gondal here. Very slow to get back to his mark here. This is flicked into the leg side. It's a good shot from Golia, but straight to the man out on the deep square leg boundary. Surveying that boundary pretty well. Keeps it to, again, another single. This is good stuff from Gondal, but he's now got Raul Imran facing up the other end. 26 off 10. His eye is certainly in now. That's going to run away into the leg side. Don't know how much bat there was on this one. It will just be another single. It might have been off the glove. So Gondal, 2 deliveries remaining. It's been a tidy over so far. And flicked, and this time this was going to pierce the gap, and it's going to race away. Didn't quite get the first one away, but second time round he clips this along the ground and it goes all the way, and it's a welcome boundary for Galea. That will release a bit of tension on his shoulders. That's Galea. That's his second boundary here, second fought of his innings so far. 11 off 12 now. 1 delivery left here in the 4th. It's a good comeback from Gondal. Lifts off a length, really. Flies through to the keeper, and he ends with a dot ball. 6 off the over. Halfway stage, Gamblers 42 for none. We spoke about it earlier. And I spoke about it earlier, but coming up on Monday, day 1 of 12 of the Group A matches in Germany and in Dresden. LC Dresden will be taking on Victoria Berlin in matches 1 and 2, and then we'll see Grelle Kombans taking on USC Magdeburg in matches 3 and 4. That gets underway 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, 12 o'clock in India. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network, but on Monday, obviously, that'll also be followed by 3 matches here in the evening here in Portugal. Saeed Massam is back into the attack here for the first time in this game. And he starts, and this is flashed and flashed hard. I think it's going to sail over the fielder, and it's going to race away. And a good start for Imran. Not quite the most convincing of shots, but it's 4 nonetheless. One bounce and then trickled over down the hill. And Imran slices that one away. Not a good start for Saeed Massam here. And this has gone again. This has got some serious power behind it. And it sails over the head of the on-watching Mohamed Adnan. And it stays Correidas here in Portugal. Stand and deliver stuff from Rao Imran. And again into the leg side. And that sails over the head of the on-watching fielder. And Imran goes back to back and he moves into the 40s, and it's another 6 runs. This is down the leg side, and things go from bad to worse to even worse for Saeed Massam. Pushes this down the leg side and evades the diving Popat, and it runs away, and it's 5 wides down the leg side. Tw 21 off of this over so far, only halfway through. And Massam, who had an outstanding tournament for Portugal in the World Cup qualifiers. Just struggling here this evening with the ball in hand. And it's a full toss. It's sliced away, but it's going to split the field. And Rana Sawar will come round to collect it. It'll just be 1 run, and Imran moves on to 44. Flashed and flashed hard, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, and things just aren't going my son's way. When it rains, it pours, and it's another boundary, this time Kuldeep Galea punishing into the offside. 26 off this over so far. A delivery remaining. And Sahib Massam making things 10 times easier for the gamblers here. Slower delivery and pushed, but pushed well. Mohammed Adnan's not going to get there, and it's going to be consecutive boundaries. 30 off the over. What an over if you're a GSC fan. And at the end of the fifth, at the halfway stage, GSC looking very comfortable. 72 for none. You take a look there, an unbeaten stand of 72 so far. 44 for Imran, 19 for Gulia. Gulia just taking his time, but he's gone well here. And well, the gamblers only require 27 off of 30 now, so less than a run a ball. And we're going to see a bit more spin into the action as Amandeep Singh has been throwing the ball. He's got a job to do here. Partnership 72 off of just 30 deliveries. It's outrageous hitting from that man again, Rao Imran. And this is probably the most conservative shot we've seen him play on the European Cricket Network. Just dabs this into the onside for a single. And this is driven again into the offside. This time Adnan will collect and will just be one run. Well, just trying to fend this down, trying to tickle this down to third man. Interesting tactics here, Imran. He's getting close to that half century. It'll be his second in this tournament. He's just trying to do it conservatively here. Wow, this has gone high. I think it might fall safely. Adnan's on the chase. He's not going to get there, and they're going to come back for two. They might push for three. I don't think they will. Adnan, he put the effort in there to try and get there. He wasn't quite able to get there. He couldn't put the brakes on. He came back pretty comfortably for the second, and Rao Imran moves on to 47. Oh, and this is off the pad. I think there's just a wild shout, really. It was always going down leg, and they come through for the leg bye. This is darted in. Flatter delivery from Singh. And it'll be just pushed into the leg side for another single. So that will bring us to the end of the sixth. Marlow, 78 for none. Pretty comfortable here. Still less than a run a ball. 22 required, actually 21 required off of the next 24 deliveries. And what a beautiful evening it is here in Portugal. The lights are on, but there's still a beautiful sunset. And Assad Mahmood is going to be coming into the attack. And they come through for just a single. Well played from Kuldeep Ghali. He knows what he's got to do. Just get Imran on strike. And the game could be over in this over, really, if Imran takes a liking to Mahmood. Wow, this is an outside edge. And he's gone. So Asad Mahmood gets the breakthrough, and Raul Imran goes just 3 runs short of his half century, but you feel that the damage might be done already. 47 off of 20 deliveries for him. Trying to go big and trying to finish it this over, really. But it's a good catch from Asim Sawar, and that wicket means that the first wicket partnership is worth 79. And in the 7th over, the Gamblers are 79 for 1. And when a man such as Imran makes his way off the pitch, you want to have someone coming in who's capable of continuing where he left off, and it certainly is the case here for the GSC as Ankush Kumar comes into the frame. Well, he's only got 21 runs to play with, 20 runs I should say, 20 runs to play with, but he could do it here in this over if he really wanted to. Well, that's certainly going to help. That's one way to get closer to the target. That's pulled aggressively into the leg side. And it goes all the way, and it says Correidas. Oh, the robot's getting involved. Getting a bit of a poll going, Will. Gamblers SC win with 1 wicket down. I personally think they will. I think Ankush Kumar is going to look to finish it pretty quickly here. Only 3 hits away, and there's only 3 deliveries left in this over. They're not going to do so, as that's a pretty good delivery from Asad Mahmood. It's a wide Yorker, slower Yorker obviously, due to his pace. And Kumar gets a bottom edge straight into the mat. It's a dot ball. Wow, this is into the leg side. It's a full toss. It'll take some chasing, but he does well. Good work, and they keep it to just the 1. And it's just a single to the total. And this is a dot ball, so a good end to the over. Gets the big wicket. And at the end of the 7th, the Gamblers 86 for 1. But it gives me an opportunity to thank everybody in and around the ground for helping out here this evening. Without all of the crew, without all the production crew and everyone that's involved with the club here, the Coimbra Knights, obviously the host team, without them, none of this would be possible. So huge thanks to the blue crew of Maxi, Shub, Suleiman and Miguel. Huge thank you to them, but also a huge thank you to the umpires, Buck Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen. And don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow at 2:30 GMT's, 4:30 Central European Time, and 8 o'clock in India for 3 more games of round-robin fixtures. But also a huge thank you to Barry and Nina, and also to Anna and Kirsty. As Singh continues, this is flicked away into the offside, and will just be 1 run. But also a huge thank you to the production crew. They're a man down today, so it's just Ian and Daniel here now. And what a job those two have done, providing the pictures here this evening. Without them, we wouldn't see any of the cricket that you see on your screens. So a huge thank you to all of them. And we're not quite done yet. 2 more days of 3-match cricket, and then Tuesday and Wednesday to see us into the final. It's a big swing from Golia. Unable to connect. He's 22 off of 20 now. But a good first over from Singh. Just the 1 run so far. And there's an appeal, but we're going to go upstairs just to take a look. But I think Buck Stoneman's initial reaction is, I think he's pretty much safe. Take another look here. Comes out, I think he's okay. He's okay for me there. Buck Stoneman just going upstairs just to take a look. Technology's there, so you might as well use it. But it is not out. flighted, but flashed and flashed hard. And what a beautiful shot from Kuldeep Galia. He's looked strong through the offside this evening, and that will certainly do his confidence a wealth of good. And that's 4 runs to the total. Now just into single figures. So 8 runs off of 14 now, the situation here for the Gamblers. He's tried to do a bit of a switch it into the leg side. I think this just caught the glove on the way through. And it will be 1 run to the score for GSC. And this is an outside edge, and it's been put down. I don't think it quite carried to Asim Savar. And they'll keep it to another single. And that will bring us to the end of a good over from Singh. And at the end of his 2 overs, he finishes with none for 12. And at the end of the 8th, Gamblers 93 for 1, requiring just 6 for victory. There you can go. You see there, ebbed and flowed at the start. 4th over was an interesting one, but then ever since the 4th and the 5th, always been ahead of the total. And it's mostly due to the openers, Kuldeep Galia and Rao Imran. But it's going to be the skipper, Najam Shazad. 6 needed. And the dangerous Ankush Kumar is on strike. And he has done it in style. So Ankush Kumar hits the winning rungs here. And the Gamblers SC take 2 wins from a possible 2 here this evening. And they've been 2 pretty comfortable victories. And 67% of people who voted for yes got it right, as the Gamblers SC, they beat Marlow Calanders by 9 wickets here in match 22 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. We take a look at the highlights, and well, it was those 2 that did most of the damage really. Kuldeep Galia with a nice looking punch into the offside to get his account underway. But it was that man, Rao Imran, 47 off of 20 deliveries for him, 1-4, but 6 sixes to his name. Some exceptional hitting throughout the innings. And if you look at the bowlers, Shazad going for 20 runs off of his 1.1 overs. And with the spin at the top of the order didn't pay off this time, as Asim Sawar went for none for 22 off of his 2 overs as well. The 1 wicket falling to Asab Mahmood. Adnan Gondal, he had a good over really. That was the only boundary to come off of his single over. None for 6 off his 1. And there was a bit of luck as well. In a victory as comfortable as this, you're going to need a bit of a comfortable bit of luck. And then, well, Syed Massam, it all went wrong for him, didn't he? 1 over, none for 30. And they just really set the pace. And that was where it all went wrong for Marlow. It was at that point that the game was pretty much out of their grasp, really. And when you've got a batsman such as Rao Imran, who's there to pounce on minimal opportunities, it just makes life 10 times harder. But that was a beautiful cut shot from Kuldeep Galia, who ended up on 27 not out off of 23 deliveries. 5 4s, no 6s to his name, but a good strike rate of 117. And then, well, Asad Mahmood, he got the breakthrough, but it was a little bit too late as the damage had already been done, and Rao Imran ended up 47 off of 20, striking at 235. But then Ankush Kumar, pretty decent batsman to make his way in at number 3, and he started off with a bang into the leg side. And we saw Amandeep Singh come into the attack. He had a good spell of bowling, it has to be said. None for 12 off of his 2. But then the skipper came in and it finished it off in style. Did Ankush Kumar. He finished 50 not out off of 6, and that will help him climb to the top of the run scorers and wicket takers in this tournament. But a huge thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. Thank you for all of your contributions in the YouTube chat, and a huge thank you to everybody in and around the stadium for helping out the Blue crew, the production crew. Without any of you guys, none of this would be possible. But do remember, we'll be back tomorrow. 3 matches tomorrow at the earlier time. And keep your eyes peeled for the Ice Bucket Challenge. Enjoy the rest of your evenings, and we have to remember that the Gamblers SC, they beat Marlow Calanders by 9 wickets here in match 22 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal, with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Good night.